Chapter 852, The Origin of Master Yuxel. Although he had only been gone for a short while, Chen Mobai found upon his return that the spiritual energy fluctuations deep within the Wanbao cave had become even more intense. If things are already like this outside, one can imagine how astonishing the fluctuations of fifth-order spiritual energy must be inside the Jade Flat small world. Chen Mobai arrived at the place where Meng Huinger had previously secluded herself for cultivation. He searched it with his divine sense, erasing all traces of her core formation, and then walked to the fifth-order vermilion fruit tree. If he weren't worried about affecting the Jade Flat small world, he would have even planned to use the Cantong Pact to test the Cantong, the only fifth-order fire-type spiritual plant in the immortal sect. However, even if we cannot participate together, listening to the voice of an empty valley is still fine. The fifth-tiered vermilion fruit tree at this moment conveyed a joyful emotion. A continuous stream of fire elemental energy flowed in, allowing it, which hadn't had a full meal in a long time, to enjoy a rare feast. Time flies by. The Dance Weapon Academy has already made arrangements according to Chen Mobai's instructions. The fact that Master Chengshuan had become a deity could not be kept secret from the upper echelons of the immortal sects. Master Yuangsu and Master Taohua personally called Chen Mobai, and he briefly explained what he knew. Master Yuangsu was very sorry about this. He wanted to come in person to see the difference between transforming into a deity in an instant when a flower blooms and the ordinary transformation into a deity. However, since he is from the lineage of mending the heavens, it would be better to avoid suspicion at this time. If Master Chengshuan fails, some people might say that Master Yuangsu was behind it. Next, the nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects who had communicated with Chen Mobai also contacted him one after another. Qi Yuheng, the master of Kaiyuan Hall, Shui Xian, the master of Zhengfa Hall, and even Ying Guanghua have already communicated with the Sea region, and all the servers in Zaya Chishan will be shut down. After the three hall masters comes Yunhai. Chen Mobai happened to mention Yan Bingxuan to him, wanting him to help submit her name to the Natural Academy at the next Water Element Golden Core allocation meeting. Once the list reached the Immortal Affairs Hall, Chen Mobai could make the arrangements. Yunhai readily agreed to such a small matter. Halfway through their conversation, Master Kingping's phone rang. After Chen Mobai finished his call with the nascent Soul Master, he sent text messages to Wang Shui and the other Golden Core cultivators at the Dance Weapon Academy. Several days had passed by then. Thanks to the effects of the elixir, Meng Huanger's injuries recovered quickly. One night, she used a teleportation talisman to get here. Chen Mobai drank some wine with her, and then couldn't resist enjoying her slender, fair, and graceful body for a night. In the morning, Meng Huinger was still a little shy and charming as she lifted her long black hair, parted her pearly white teeth and red lips, and looked at him with affection in her eyes. Although Chen Mobai enjoyed himself immensely, he still kept his business in mind. After that night, he told Meng Huinger not to come over again. After all, no one can say for sure what happens when one transforms into a deity. If, just as Meng Huinger is with him, Master Chengshuan begins his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, the danger would be considerable. With Chen Mobai's level of skill, he is certainly capable of protecting himself. However, the small teleportation talisman may fail. After all, cultivators in the immortal sects generally have a domain, and when they reach the nascent soul stage, their domain will expand to the level of a small world, causing the power of the void to vibrate and ripple violently. Chen Mobai did not want Meng Huinger to be put in danger because of his own lust for physical pleasure. Meng Huinger was also very touched by this, feeling that Chen Mobai was always thinking of her. That day, a call suddenly came in from an unknown number. Chen Mobai frowned and immediately pressed the button to close the window. After the news of Master Chengshuan's impending transformation into a deity spread, many scoundrels came to try and get close to him. He didn't know where they got his phone number, which annoyed him greatly. Just as Chen Mobai was considering whether to set up his phone to reject calls from unknown numbers, A text message notification sounded. He frowned and looked up at the screen. Then his eyes widened the instant he saw the text message. I Kaingsing am returning the call. Chen Mobai never expected that the star-piercing ancestor would also be concerned about this matter, so he immediately dialed back the phone number he had previously hung up on. Chen Mobai, ancestor, I'm sorry there were too many people before. The star-piercing ancestor wasn't angry. He merely inquired about the current situation of Venerable Chengshuan. Chen Mobai recounted the entire situation in detail, and Ancestor Kaingsing hummed in agreement before saying something. After Chengshuan leaves the pass, have him come to see me. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai looked surprised and puzzled. The old ancestor of Star Piercing said that Master Chengshuan can emerge from seclusion. Does that mean he has truly succeeded in achieving the divine transformation? Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, he sensed the fluctuations of the void power and looked up at a silver light that suddenly flashed in midair. A woman with long, flowing hair and a beautiful face stepped out of the void. She naturally saw Chen Mobai as well, nodded slightly to him, and then performed an ancient ritual of the Wuki Dao Academy. Greetings, Venerable Chen Yang. After hearing this, Chen Mobai raised both hands in return. Greetings, Venerable Jade Flute. The visitor was none other than the principal of Lingbao Academy, and also the nascent soul cultivator with the lowest profile among the immortal sects. The news that Venerable Chengshuan might be on the path to becoming a nascent soul cultivator made her, who was nominally a member of the Wuki Dao Academy, unable to sit still, and she came over in person. After exchanging greetings, the two ran out of things to say, one standing on the Black Island and the other floating in midair. I've heard that Master Yuxiao once met with Ancestor Baiguang. Chen Mobai felt that this was not a good thing, so he took the initiative to start a conversation. Before Bai Guang Lao Zhu went into seclusion, his last public appearance was to summon Yu Zio Shangren. Chen Mobai wondered if he could learn more about this nascent soul true monarch of the Wu Qi Dao Academy from her. To everyone's surprise, after hearing this, Master Yuxiao simply hummed in agreement and nodded. Chen Mobai didn't know if she was just naturally bad at socializing or had social anxiety, but this made him lose interest in talking to her, and the two remained silent. It seems that I have a friend in Master Chen Yang. After a long silence, Master Yuxiao suddenly spoke, saying something that surprised Chen Mobai. What? Since Venerable Chen Yang has met with Ancestor Baiguang, he should know my background. Chen Mobai truly didn't know, since he hadn't seen the white light. He had only heard Master Chengshuan mention that it was a spiritual treasure taking human form. However, he remained silent, imitating Master Yuxiao. As expected, Master Yuxiao tacitly acknowledged that he knew and continued speaking. I am the spirit of the natal magic weapon of Ancestor Yunya's partner. The Tei 5 Smoke Luo was also specially crafted by Ancestor Yunya for his partner. The two magic weapons have been together for hundreds of years. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized, so it's Tei Yuan Luo. However, he was also shocked by the origins of the Jade Flute Master. No wonder that after she took human form as a spiritual treasure and occupied Jiang Xuanzhu's body to form her nascent soul, neither Kaingsing nor Baiguang said anything and let her go down the mountain to cultivate. The two saints of the immortal sects were clearly giving face to Ancestor Yunya. Should I address you as senior? As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out the Tei 5-colored smoke silk. Of course, he also reminded the latter not to reveal the matter of spirit stones. Master Yuxiao took the Tei 5 smoke silk into her hand, exchanged a few gentle words with Yu Rong, and then, under Chen Mobai's strange gaze, she fell from midair and stood on the scalding lava. She didn't cast any spells, nor did she unleash the Tei 5 smoke garland, but the magma suddenly separated. A large bronze cauldron rose up from within and caught the Jade Flute Master. The bronze tripod has an ancient and simple form and is engraved with 9 different styles of real dragon patterns. One of them, a crimson dragon, is lifelike and exudes a terrifying majesty. 9 Dragon Cauldron. Upon seeing the cauldron, Chen Mobai immediately recognized it as one of the foundational artifacts used by the Dance Weapon Academy to suppress the fifth-order spiritual vein of Chicheng Mountain, and also the natal magic weapon of Ancestor Yunya. Compared to the Jade Flute and the Tei 5 Smoke Silk, this 9-dragon cauldron is at the peak of the 5th rank, making it the second most powerful magic weapon in the immortal sects, second only to the Realm Gate. However, after observing the body of the 9 dragons cauldron, Chen Mobai knew that this magical artifact had also lacked the nourishment of spiritual energy for a long time. It was probably because it was in the fire vein of Chicheng Mountain that the dragon pattern representing the fire dragon was bright, while the other 8 dragon patterns were extremely dim. It is said that when all 9 dragon patterns light up, this 9-dragon cauldron can unleash the power of the 6th rank, making it the pinnacle of the immortal sect's weapon-forging techniques. After all, the boundary gate wasn't something that could be forged. Seeing the Jade Flute Master, Tei Liu, and the 9-dragon cauldron chatting happily, Chen Mobai believed what she had said before. If she was able to break free from the constraints of the magical artifact's physical form in this way, then could the other magical artifacts of the immortal sect also do the same? Once a 4th-tier magic weapon spirit acquires a physical body, it can cultivate to the nascent soul realm. What about a 5th-tier magic weapon? These 5th-tier magical artifacts from the immortal sects are not like the purple lightning sword, which has just been upgraded. They have all cultivated their spirituality over thousands of years to a level that is almost like that of a real person or even more spiritual. If one could have a perfectly compatible physical body, one could probably at least reach the nascent soul stage, or even the deity stage. Chen Mobai suddenly thought of this. However, he quickly shook his head. While this is a way to enhance the strength of the immortal sects, it is morally unacceptable to many people. But another thing flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. That was Yan Xinji and Lin Daoming's original immortal sprout cultivation plan. They could artificially create embryos of heavenly spiritual roots and different spiritual roots. Could they perfectly match the spirit of the magic weapon? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. He found that after consuming loquat fruit, his divergent thinking became increasingly active. Even if Ancestor Bai Guang didn't say it, Ancestor Qian Xing would definitely have thought of it. Since they have given Master Yuxiao the cold shoulder, it's clear they have no intention of promoting this. This is likely due to the lack of spiritual energy resources in the immortal sects. End of this chapter. Chapter 853, Obtaining the Ink Treasure and Sword Mark. Bonus chapter for 14,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 853, Obtaining the Ink Treasure and Sword Mark. Bonus chapter for 14,000 monthly tickets. After Master Yuxiao arrived, some sounds were added to the desolate depths of the Wanbao Cave. During this time, Chen Mobai also tried to communicate with the 9-dragon cauldron, the guardian artifact of the Dance Artifact Academy, which treated him very politely. After all, if Master Chengxuan passes away, then the one who will take charge of the Wuqi Dao Academy next will be Master Chunyang, who has a pure and upright lineage. As a 5th-tier magic artifact, the 9-dragon cauldron requires a massive amount of spiritual energy or top-grade spirit stones to sustain it every year, and the principal of the Dance Artifact Academy needs to communicate with the immortal sects about these matters. Even the Jade Flute Master subtly mentioned that with Chen Mobai's talent, he could apply to the 3 great halls to participate in the 9-dragon cauldron competition. On the immortal sect side, although many 5th-tier magic artifacts are nurtured by various academies and schools, the resources such as spiritual energy and spirit stones are allocated from above. Therefore, if one wants to use them or participate in similar activities, one needs to report to the 3 main halls. With Chen Mobai's current power, there are very few things he can't accomplish with the 3 main halls. He was quite tempted by what Master Yuxiao had said. After all, for the other nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, the most difficult thing is the supply of magical artifacts, but he is very wealthy. If he had the 9-dragon cauldron, he could probably say that he wouldn't need to worry about anything in the heavenly river realm, even if he didn't reach the nascent soul stage. But he soon started to overthink things. This jade flute master is a cultivator whose body is possessed by the spirit of a magical artifact. Could it be that she has ulterior motives for suddenly making this suggestion, and wants the nine-dragon cauldron to take over her body in the future? Thinking of this, the cautious Chen Mobai refused, citing his focus on the pure Yang scroll and his desire not to be distracted by the Cantong Qi. Master Yuxiao seemed to feel a little regretful about this. Another month has passed. Although the fire elemental energy deep within the Wanbao cave has been continuously gathering and surging towards the yupping small world, that crucial step has yet to occur. Chen Mobai thought it was a waste for the two nascent soul cultivators to be in the myriad treasures cave together, so he suggested that one of them guard it for a period of time. Master Yuxiao also agreed with this. The two agreed to take turns every 6 months. Since Chen Mobai had already been guarding the area for 2 months, Master Yuxiao offered to let her guard it for another 6 months. Chen Mobai felt that she might be looking for something in the Wanbao cave. After all, this was the original cave of the Cloud Fang ancestor, and there might be some good things left behind by him in some hidden corner. Chen Mobai pretended not to know about this. After leaving Wanbao cave, Chen Mobai naturally went to find Qi Yucheng first. Soon, Zhuang Jialan and her 2 companions, having received the news, also arrived from Chicheng Cave. Since Master Chengshuan is about to transform into a deity, this Wanbao Cave certainly cannot be used as their place for forming their core. Chen Mobai asked them if they had a second option. Ming Yihua said that the first armory was also located on a 4th-order fire vein, and if he went back to apply, his unit would definitely arrange the best spiritual energy for him. Yun Yangbing planned to return to his hometown, where there was a 3rd-tier fire vein. However, he could set up a spirit gathering array himself, and with the high-grade spirit stones given by Chen Mobai, the spiritual energy would definitely be sufficient. Chen Mobai expressed his support for this, and even made a special trip to speak with the director of the 1st Arsenal and the city lord of Yunyang Bing's hometown. Old Chen, next time we meet, I'll definitely be a counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall. I'll sit behind you during the meeting. When Ming Yihua left, he had a confident look on his face. Chen Mobai laughed heartily upon hearing this. After seeing the two off at the gate, he inquired about Zhuang Jialan. Master, I feel that my knowledge and experience are still insufficient. Zhuang Jialan, however, said she wanted to postpone her core formation time. She was thinking that Chen Mobai must be very busy these days, so she would stay and help him with some of the work. She would then go and form her own core after the matter of Master Chengshuan's transformation into a deity was resolved. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded and then asked her to notify the department heads of each office in Building 1 to come up for a meeting. Before long, all the high-ranking members of the Taoist Academy who remained at Chicheng Mountain gathered in the conference room. Chen Mobai sat in the main seat and explained the situation inside the Wanbao cave. The news of Master Yuxiao's arrival was only known to everyone through Chen Mobai. The fact that all the nascent soul cultivators of the Wuqi lineage were at Chicheng Mountain relieved them. Students' classes should continue as usual and should not be delayed, but we should emphasize to them that they should not enter into deep seclusion. If any students want to establish their foundation during this period, we will try to arrange for them to go elsewhere. Although Chicheng Cave Heaven is a bit far from here, it is still connected to the same lineage. In addition to the residents of the city, don't forget Chunyang Academy as well. Chen Mobai has always been upright in his conduct. Although Chunyang Academy is not on good terms with them, it is still important to inform them of matters that may affect a cultivator's entire life. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Zhuo Gong Zhenren of the Sword Control Department seemed to have something to say, but after lingering for a while, he left. They want you to see the immortal sword techniques they've treasured, as well as the ink sword marks of the White Light ancestor. But if you don't ask, they're too embarrassed to say it, for fear that people will think they're flattering you. Qi Yucheng stayed behind and explained the reason behind it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle. He had almost forgotten about it. When he first heard about these things at the Taoist temple, he was very much looking forward to them. But now that he has reached this level of understanding and age, he has come to terms with it. Chen Mobai knew clearly that he didn't have that talent. Rather than wasting these two precious opportunities after watching them, he would rather leave them for the true sword cultivators of the academy. Perhaps some of the younger generation could use this to achieve the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become the future pillars of the Dance Weapon Academy. After all, he knew that the two things preserved by the sword control system were the understanding of the immortal sect sword techniques by the third generation of Kaiyuan Palace Masters, and the sword Dao realm of the White Light Ancestor. These are all sword intents with very strong personal styles, and can only be used as a reference. Moreover, given Chen Mobai's current status, the immortal sword techniques of the three great halls would certainly be open to him if he were willing to ask. However, recently he has been focusing on using the burning lamp technique to purify and refine his divine sense, hoping to elevate the phoenix rising to the sun, painting to the level of earth spirit in the shortest possible time. Comprehending the immortal sect's sword techniques was placed quite late in his schedule. I remember there was a Zhai Jianbai in my class back then. He had good talent in swordsmanship. The academy could focus on cultivating him. Chen Mobai said that those who could leave an impression on him must be outstanding geniuses. Compared to this impostor, Zhai Jianbai is a true cultivator who has attained enlightenment and built his foundation with a sword, no less capable than Zhongli Tianyu. Those who graduated in the same year as him should be preparing to form their core by now. Zhai Jianbai is indeed excellent. After graduation, he has been teaching in the sword control department of the Dao Academy. He is currently waiting for the golden core to be formed. I will propose to refine this next time the four major Dao academies gather the medicinal materials. Qi Yucheng knew every teacher at the Wuqi Dao Academy very well, and he also highly regarded Zhai Jianbai. If Zhai Jianbai could successfully form his core, he would basically be the next head of the sword control department after Zhuo Gong. Will the Heaven Mending Academy be the one to refine the 5 elements golden elixir next time? Should I give Master Yungsu a call? Besides the immortal sects, the 4 major Taoist academies can also join forces to gather the materials to refine the 5 elements golden elixir. However, which attribute to refine depends on the mutual consultation between the academies. That's a bit too formal. A simple phone call to Fu Borong would be fine. Although the elixirs for core formation are very important to many cultivators in the immortal sects, they are indeed a minor matter at the nascent soul level. Chen Mobai nodded. After making the call, Fu Borong didn't hesitate at all and said he would work with Qi Yucheng to make it happen. The immortal sword techniques of the 3 generations of Kaiyuan Palace Masters may not be of much use to you, but you can try to comprehend the ink sword marks of Ancestor Baiguang. After finishing the call, Qi Yucheng spoke again. Chen Mobai has already reached the nascent soul stage, and in Qi Yucheng's view, his disciple is a genius in swordsmanship. There is no need for him to comprehend the immortal sword technique left by the 3rd generation Kaiyuan Palace Master, which stops at the nascent soul stage. His improvement would definitely not be significant, and it might even lower Chen Mobai's realm. However, it was different for the White Light Ancestor. That was left behind when she returned to the Taoist temple after she had achieved the status of a deity. After hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that Qi Yucheng meant well, so he nodded in agreement. Jialan, go and invite teacher Zhuogong over for me. Zhuang Jialan, who was standing nearby, nodded immediately upon hearing this and left the meeting room. A short while later, she came in with Zhuogong. On behalf of Jianbai, I would like to say thank you. After listening to Chen Mobai's explanation, Zhuogong was also deeply moved. He had watched Chen Mobai grow up with his own eyes. Chen Mobai was the most talented swordsman he had ever seen. It was a pity that he could not devote all his attention to swordsmanship because he had to support the Dao Academy. Otherwise, he would have been at least the second Bai Guang patriarch. Now that Chen Mobai has reached the nascent soul stage, his intention to use the immortal sects sword techniques to nurture Zhai Jianbai further impressed Zhuo Gong with his grand vision. Zhuo Gong, this is the calligraphy of ancestor Bai Guang. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai stood up and respectfully accepted the rolled-up piece of paper with both hands. He will definitely need to calmly contemplate this for a period of time, so that even if he doesn't gain anything, he can still pretend to have some understanding when he returns it. After Zhuo Gong left, Chen Mobai also bid farewell to Qi Yucheng. Qi Yucheng, where are you staying? Do you need me to make arrangements? Chen Mobai, the wooden house from my student days is still there. Although it doesn't have much spiritual energy, it's quiet and peaceful. Chen Mobai has a fifth-order spiritual vein that he carries with him, so it doesn't matter where he cultivates. And it would also be a good opportunity to check on how Meng Huanger's injuries were recovering. It's late at night. Having just finished a battle, Chen Mobai took the blanket and covered Meng Huanger, who was exhausted and had fallen into a deep sleep, concealing her somewhat disheveled appearance. He then went to the balcony, breathing in the scent of the starry sky and the mountains and forests, and opened the scroll of calligraphy by the white light ancestor. After looking at it for a while, he put it down. I still can't understand it. King Nu was right, these loquat fruits are indeed useless. End of this chapter. Chapter 854, Sword Demon Thunder Sound. Chapter 854, Sword Demon Thunder Sound. The calligraphy of the white light ancestor is very simple, consisting of only a horizontal and a vertical line on a piece of white paper. Horizontal lines are short, vertical lines are long. It looks just like a jet black sword. Chen Mobai sat on the sofa on the balcony, suspending the calligraphy of the white light ancestor in midair, refining and purifying his divine sense with the burning lamp technique while looking at it. Because there was Master Yuxiao in Wanbao Cave, and Qi Yucheng, Zhuang Jialan, and others handling miscellaneous matters in the Taoist temple outside, he actually found himself with some free time. In my spare time from daily practice, I can appreciate this calligraphy. Chen Mobai also asked Zhuang Jialan to inquire about it. He learned that after the white light ancestor left behind this ink sword mark, only the two directors of the Sword Control Department and Master Chengshuan had been able to comprehend it. However, both directors of the Sword Control Department were only at the core formation stage and dared not delve into the Sword Dao realm contained within. Although Master Chengshuan was not a sword cultivator, he used his natal magic weapon, the Crimson Heart Mirror, to reflect the ink sword mark, thus simulating a small part of the sword intent of the white light ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately felt that Master Chengshuan was an absolute genius. How could someone come up with such a method? However, he also knew that there must be other secret techniques involved. After all, the sword intent left behind by the white light ancestor was definitely of the 5th rank. Even if an ordinary 4th rank magic weapon could reflect it, it would probably suffer a great loss of energy. Chen Mobai had no intention of using his Heian mirror for this experiment. After all, he had no interest in swordsmanship. Moreover, it would be too troublesome to run back and forth to get the Heian mirror since it's in Yin Qingmei's possession. However, one night, Chen Mobai suddenly had an inspiration and used water on the balcony to create a mirror, reflecting the ink sword mark. Then, the two black strokes reflected in the water mirror suddenly surged with boundless sword intent. Clicking. The water mirror technique shattered on the balcony, even waking Meng Huanger from her deep sleep inside. Chen Mobai told her to continue resting, while he continued to use the water mirror technique to reflect the ink marks on Bai Guang Lao Zu's sword. Under the reflection of the mirror, the once perfect 5th-order sword mark seemed to have deteriorated and fallen in level, and suddenly Chen Mobai could notice and observe it. One after another, water mirrors formed and shattered. To avoid disturbing Meng Huanger, Chen Mobai went down the mountain to his wooden house. As time went by, Chen Mobai saw the true essence of swordsmanship contained within the endless sword intent of each horizontal and vertical stroke. Early morning. As the first rays of sunlight shone through the window onto the ink-stained sword mark on the mirror, a strange light flashed in Chen Mobai's eyes, and his face showed a look of sudden realization. He stared at the seemingly simple horizontal and vertical lines again, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. He then closed his eyes, and with his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, began to verify the insights he had gained over the past few days. With each breath, the surrounding spiritual energy began to fluctuate, as if sparks were ignited, condensing into an invisible fiery sword aura at his fingertips. This is the beginner's guide to swordsmanship, specifically the sword training to the peak technique. As soon as Chen Mobai unleashed his sword, he comprehended a portion of the sword intent within the ink treasure sword mark, revealing flaws and weaknesses that he himself had not noticed at his current level. Chen Mobai was practicing the Crimson Flame sword technique, and it was at this moment that he realized that this sword technique of the Heavenly River realm was actually so rudimentary. The most basic level of sword mastery is like a dilapidated house that leaks air from all sides. Under the reflection of the ink-stained sword marks, Chen Mobai unconsciously filled in all the flaws in the Crimson Flame sword technique related to the cultivation of sword energy. Then he continued to use the Crimson Flame sword technique to unleash sword energy transformation, sword energy like a rainbow, sword rainbow splitting light, sword light condensing evil, and other sword Tao realms. Sure enough, it had just as many flaws and defects. Chen Mobai also used the ink marks on the sword as a reference to practice and make up for them one by one. In this process, he rebuilt his foundation in swordsmanship and gained a deeper understanding of it. After practicing the sword light condensation technique, he stopped, because his level of understanding only reached this level. Whether it's the blazing sun slash or the extreme sun slash, they are actually both applications of sword energy. He had never comprehended, let alone practiced, the sword fiend thunder sound above. After mastering the Crimson Flame sword technique, Chen Mobai had a sudden inspiration and began practicing the primordial Yang sword technique. The Yuan Yang sword technique was created by the Yuan Yang ancestor, whose realm was even higher than that of the White Light ancestor. Theoretically, the White Light ancestor would definitely not be able to see any flaws in this sword technique. However, even under the reflection of the ink-stained sword marks, Chen Mobai's Yunyang sword technique still had many flaws. At this moment, Chen Mobai finally understood the true purpose of the ink-stained sword mark. This is the sword Tao mirror left behind by the White Light ancestor. Any cultivator can use it as a reference to find the flaws and defects in their own sword Tao, and then make up for them. The sword technique itself has no flaws, but the person practicing it does. By comparing his work with the ink-stained sword marks, Chen Mobai re-examined and practiced his Yuan Yang sword technique, which had a very weak foundation. However, this is not his fault. After all, he learned this sword technique on his own. Even if there were videos available, they would certainly not be as effective as the teaching resources accumulated over generations by the Chanyang Academy. After practicing the Yuan Yang sword technique to the sword fiend realm, Chen Mobai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He compared the ink-stained sword marks suspended in midair and seemed to have grasped something. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a sword. With his right hand forming a sword finger, a bright orange-red light appeared, like an invisible sword. As he gently pointed towards the window, a thunderous sword cry resounded through the valley, instantly severing the crown of a tree on the mountaintop. So the sword demon thunder sound technique is that simple. Overjoyed, Chen Mobai flicked his finger, and the Yuan Yang sword demon condensed into a bright red sword pellet at his fingertip. The sword realm that had once puzzled him became as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 under the reference of the ink treasure sword marks, which made him suddenly enlightened. He looked at the ink-stained sword mark again, and then found a reference for the realm of sword fiend thunder sound. Chen Mobai pressed on with his studies, and soon his Yuanyang sword aura became even more fluid and natural amidst the thunderous and clear sounds. Each flick of his finger and the sword seemed to resonate with the profound truth within the ink-stained sword marks, making it incomparably intense and sharp. A month later, he had completely mastered the sword fiend thunder sound technique. Although mastering this at the nascent soul stage is only considered normal, for Chen Mobai, it is a huge step forward. Indeed, the path of cultivation still relies on external things. Chen Mobai looked at the ink-stained sword mark hanging in the room again, and with a thought, began to practice the realm of sword light taking form. After all the sword cultivators in the immortal sect knew that the white light ancestor achieved enlightenment by creating myriad laws with a single sword and entrusting his primordial spirit to it. Chen Mobai's sword light transformation is a true manifestation of the one sword creates myriad laws realm. I wonder if I can comprehend the sword intent that best suits me through this. With anticipation, Chen Mobai unleashed different sword lights. But soon he discovered that his understanding of the ink-stained sword marks had stagnated. What's going on? Chen Mobai looked puzzled. I'm clearly following the path of the white light ancestor, so why is the progress bar not moving? Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then stopped and did not continue practicing the sword intent after the sword light took shape. The heaven-severing sword intent he received from the great Tao tree's empowerment has been something he has internally observed and carried within himself whenever he has free time over the years, barely managing to reveal its aura. However, Chen Mobai now knows that this longevity sword intent belongs to the heavenly venerable, so he doesn't dare to compare it with the ink sword mark of the white light ancestor. He carefully put away the faded ink marks on the sword, his face filled with heartache. This is a bit of a waste to give him. If it were given to a true sword genius, it could at least lay the foundation for swordsmanship that leads directly to the nascent soul stage. Then Chen Mobai discovered that his divine sense had been consumed by as much as 70% during the process of comprehension. We were just a hair's breadth away from reaching the warning line, where the morning bell would ring. He immediately sat upright on the futon and began to recover his consciousness by using the phoenix facing the sun diagram. During this process, he continued to ponder the sword fiend thunder sound he had just comprehended, as well as the deteriorated ink treasure sword mark reflected in the water mirror. Fang Kun Shu collected all the knowledge about swordsmanship from the heavenly calculation beads, and he also downloaded information about the life of the white light ancestor from the internet. After his consciousness returned, Chen Mobai roughly understood what the ink sword mark of the white light ancestor was. This must be the ultimate swordsmanship, capable of breaking through all laws with a single sword strike. That is why he could easily find a reference when he used the sword light condensation technique. But he had no reaction at all when it came to the sword light transformation technique that creates myriad laws from a single sword. After Bai Guang Laozu returned to the Tao Academy after achieving the divine transformation stage, she clearly knew that the realm of one sword creates myriad laws was too difficult, and without her exceptional talent, it would be impossible to reach the end. Even the grandmasters of swordsmanship in the immortal sects are only beginners. Therefore, the sword mark left by the white light ancestor represents the realm of sword cultivators who can break through all laws with a single sword strike, which is the most common level of sword cultivation. With her talent in swordsmanship, if she can create all kinds of techniques with a single sword strike, then she can naturally also break all kinds of techniques with a single sword strike. The horizontal and vertical strokes of this ink-painted sword mark embody her complete understanding of how a single sword can overcome all laws. Any sword cultivator who comprehends this horizontal and vertical line can use her sword cultivation level as a reference to identify the flaws and weaknesses they have overlooked in their own sword cultivation process. Just like Chen Mobai, he not only made up for the Crimson Flame sword technique, but also went through the Yuan Yang sword technique again. After making up for his own weaknesses, his swordsmanship, which had stagnated for a long time, naturally broke through to the sword fiend thunder sound realm. For sword cultivators of the immortal sects, The ink-stained sword mark of the white light ancestor can be called the origin of the sword path. Realizing this, Chen Mobai felt a sense of awe and reverence for this nascent soul true lord whom he had never met before. As expected of the only swordsman in the immortal sects in thousands of years to achieve the divine transformation of swordsmanship, who can create all laws with a single sword. The thought that such a powerful person was his backer made Chen Mobai even happier. Fortunately, I chose the Dance Weapon Academy. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to see this ink-stained sword mark. End of this chapter. Chapter 855, Chengshuan leaves the pass. Chapter 855, Chengshuan leaves the pass. Master, what have you gleaned from this? When Chen Mobai returned the ink-stained sword mark of the white light ancestor to Zhu Gong, the latter asked with some curiosity. As the head of the sword control department, Zhu Gong's greatest perk is being able to comprehend this. However, his understanding was still insufficient. He merely used it to demonstrate his own sword demon collection and found the key to completing the theory. The swordsmanship of Ancestor Bai Guang is unfathomable. I used him as a benchmark to solidify my own swordsmanship foundation. I didn't gain much insight into anything else. Given Chen Mobai's personality, he would definitely have boasted about it. But when he thought about the eastern wilderness, where Mo Duguang had already comprehended the sword fiend thunder sound at the core formation stage, he felt a little bored. The foundation is the most important thing. If the foundation is not solid, everything above is just a castle in the air. It seems that the venerable master laid the supreme foundation of the sword path with this, and perhaps in the future he will be the second sword path deity to entrust his primordial spirit. After hearing this, Zhuo Gong immediately thought of something more ambitious. Even if Chen Mobai continued to speak, saying that he had only made up for his shortcomings, he would only take it as Chunyang Shangren being modest. After all, everyone in the immortal sect knows that Master Chunyang is a peerless sword genius on par with Ancestor Baiguang. If he hadn't been distracted by other matters, his future achievements in swordsmanship might have even surpassed those of Ancestor Baiguang. Chen Mobai offered a brief explanation, but seeing that Zhuo Gong had already confidently filled in the blanks, he didn't say anything more. Anyway, he has so many accolades in the immortal sect, one more won't make a difference. How's it going at Wanbao Cave? At this moment, Zhuang Jialin also came in, and Chen Mobai asked her. Today, she informed him that there were abnormal fluctuations in the spiritual energy deep within the Wanbao Cave, so he stopped his cultivation and hurriedly returned to Chicheng Mountain with the ink treasure sword mark. The spiritual energy fluctuations there have reached the 5th level. Master Yuxiao sent a message saying that the Jade Flat Minor realm is also trembling. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that Master Chengshuan had taken that crucial step towards becoming a nascent soul cultivator. You all stay here and be ready to activate the great formation to seal off the area at any time. I'm going down to take a look. Chen Mobai said something to Zhuang Jialan and the teachers of the Dao Academy, then used his void walking ability to step into the deepest part of the Wanbao Cave. You've come. Master Yuxiao nodded to Chen Mobai, his expression slightly solemn. Has the principal begun to transform into a deity? Chen Mobai asked a question, and then used his empty valley voice to listen to the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. The spiritual energy fluctuations here have already reached the 5th level, not to mention those inside. They must have already taken that step. As Master Yuxiao spoke, Chen Mobai heard Zhu Guoshu groaning as if he had eaten too much. When the continuous stream of fire elemental energy poured into the Jade Flat small world, it intercepted a considerable amount of it. However, having been hungry for a long time, it didn't expect to be able to eat for so long this time. In particular, the sudden surge in spiritual energy today caused it to become so full that it even choked, as it had been absorbing the energy through its open branches and leaves. After Chen Mobai discovered this, he immediately went to the Zhu Gu tree, poured his pure Yang true energy into it, and used the burning lamp technique to help it digest the fruit. Thank you, Master. After a short while, The Zhu Guoshu, having recovered, conveyed a message of gratitude to Chen Mobai. Do you know what's going on inside? Chen Mobai also conveyed a thought to inquire. However, the Zhu fruit tree said it didn't know, since it was merely a gatekeeper for the small world and couldn't see inside. However, one could roughly sense that a fourth-order power was transforming into a fifth-order power. That's taking that step towards becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then relayed the news to Master Yuxiao, whose expression turned worried. It would be too difficult to reach the nascent soul stage here. We should at least go to the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain and utilize the sixth-order spiritual veins there. Hearing Master Yuxiao's words, Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. When he breaks through to a higher realm, he always makes sure all external conditions are in the best possible condition. While the fifth-order spiritual vein of Chicheng Mountain is barely enough for a nascent soul cultivator, if there were a sixth-order spiritual vein, he wouldn't need to close Little Chishan, thus slightly increasing the principal's success rate. If I were to become a deity in the future, I would need to prepare at least 1,000 top-grade spirit stones if I didn't have a sixth-order spiritual vein. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, the concentration of spiritual energy around him suddenly increased to another level. Even the essence of fire within the magma was extracted, transforming into streaks of crimson fury that surged towards the sky above the vermilion fruit tree. There seemed to be an invisible black hole there, swallowing up all the spiritual energy that flowed in. Soon, Master Yuxiao could no longer withstand the intense heat. With a gentle wave of her hand, she enveloped her entire body in a stream of jade-white light. Chen Mobai, however, remained expressionless. Even in this environment, he felt his pure yang energy become more active. As time went by, the fire elemental energy deep within the Wanbao cave became even more concentrated. Bayan Jingchun, who was in Chicheng Cave Heaven, also called to tell him that the spiritual energy level of the entire cave heaven had suddenly dropped by 1 level. This is because the spiritual energy of the entire Chicheng Mountain's vast spiritual vein has been absorbed by the yupping small world. But this news actually relieved Chen Mobai. The fact that Master Chengshuan was able to do this clearly indicates that he made a crucial breakthrough. Now let's see if he can succeed. At this point, Chen Mobai stopped leaving and stayed with Master Yuxiao, guarding the entrance to the Jade Flat small realm and waiting for the outcome. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. The spiritual energy deep within the Wanbao cave seemed to have reached its limit after reaching the 5th level half a year ago, and it has not increased since. However, Chen Mobai learned through the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau that the core small world of the spiritual veins of the entire Chicheng Mountain had already reached the middle grade of the 5th rank after the Little Chishan was closed. Chen Mobai didn't know if it was enough for the nascent soul stage, but this was the most the immortal sect could offer. Year after year, Chen Mobai has been guarding the Dance Weapon Academy for more than 2 years. The process of transforming into a deity took longer than he had imagined. Fortunately, he had thought of this beforehand and went to the eastern wilderness to tell Qing Nu about it. Otherwise, she would definitely have been worried if he hadn't returned for so long. Yes, the fluctuations in spiritual energy have started to weaken recently, so the results should be coming out soon. The old ancestor of star piercing was also very concerned about the matter of Master Chengshuan's transformation into a deity, and he called Chen Mobai again, who truthfully reported the situation here. That means there are still 26 days left. After listening to the calculations, the star-piercing ancestor gave a specific time. When the call ended, Chen Mobai was somewhat skeptical. Even without the presence of the star-piercing ancestor, he was able to calculate to this extent based solely on a few words. 26 days later, when the void portal of the Jade Plain small world opened above the vermilion fruit tree, Chen Mobai realized that he had been naive. We underestimated this nascent soul cultivator from the immortal sect. Is this the infinite realm of the small book? Was it a bit hasty to refuse the star-piercing ancestor's predictions back then? Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, two figures stepped out of the jade flat small world. Little Chen, you've actually formed your nascent soul. One of the old men, with his red hair and beard, was greatly surprised when he saw Chen Mobai. Greetings, Principal. Chen Mobai immediately flew up, bowed to Master Chengshuan, and then couldn't help but look him up and down, wanting to know whether he had successfully transformed into a nascent soul. We haven't been in seclusion for 120 years, have we? The elegant and refined Master Yu Yi discovered that Chen Mobai was indeed at the nascent soul stage. She slightly frowned, her eyes and expression filled with astonishment. In theory, even with the support of the Dance Weapon Academy, it would take Chen Mobai at least 120 years to obtain the nascent soul elixir. I have met Master Yu Yi. You and the headmaster have been in seclusion for a total of 32 years and 3 months. As for why I was able to form a nascent soul in such a short time, it is simply because I did not wait for the nascent soul formation elixir from the 3 great halls of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai answered Master Yu Yi's question very politely. After hearing it, both she and Master Chengshuan widened their eyes. The news that he succeeded without taking the nascent soul elixir was even more impactful than Chen Mobai's nascent soul acquisition. After all, both of them knew of Chen Mobai's potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, and they believed that as long as there was a nascent soul elixir, this junior would definitely be able to successfully form a nascent soul. But now they were told that Chen Mobai's talent was so extraordinary that he didn't even need any external aids to form his nascent soul. This was something that had never happened before in the thousands of years of history of the immortal sects, leaving the 2 veteran nascent soul cultivators utterly shocked. If I had known you had successfully formed your nascent soul, I would have taken that step. At this moment, Venerable Chengshuan sighed and said something. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that he had definitely failed to reach the nascent soul stage, and felt a slight pang of regret. May I ask, Principal, is it truly possible for a nascent soul cultivator to comprehend the divine transformation realm in the brief moment a flower blooms? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. Yes, after I refined the immortal flower that bloomed from the fire spirit tree, my cultivation level quickly reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. But after taking half a step, a formula clearly appeared in my mind. It was the infinite realm of the square-inch book that Ancestor Kaingsing had reserved for me. It would calculate the probability of my breakthrough based on my current cultivation level. If I take that step, there's only an 8.6% chance I'll successfully become a god. The success rate is too low. In addition, I thought about how the Dance Weapon Academy is in a period of decline and still needs my old bones to support it. So after consideration, I gave up. Hearing this, Chen Mobai finally understood why Master Chengshuan had been so moved when he saw Chen Mobai reach the nascent soul stage. An 8.6% probability is less than 10%. That's a bit too risky. Chen Mobai fully understands the choice made by Venerable Chengshuan, because he is such a steady person. End of this chapter. Chapter 856. The flower blooms in an instant. Bonus chapter for 15,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 856. The flower blooms in an instant. Bonus chapter for 15,000 monthly tickets. After communicating with Master Chengshuan, Chen Mobai felt even more awe towards the star-piercing ancestor. I never expected that Fangkun Book's infinite realm could be used in this way. I hope that before he becomes a god, Ancestor Kaingsing can also give him a formula for breaking through. Principal, Ancestor Kaingsing said that you should go see him after you come out of seclusion. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately told Master Chengshuan about it. Then I'll go to Wufeng, Immortal Mountain first. Upon hearing this, Master Chengshuan looked respectfully toward the direction of Wangwu Cave, then bowed to the 3 people present. His body flashed with silver light, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. This looks like... Chen Mobai was slightly surprised when he saw this. His voice of the empty valley had been running continuously during this period, so he was able to hear the violent surge of void power when Master Chengshuan left. This was dozens of times more intense than when he used the void walk technique. His taking that half step wasn't without its gains. Now he can perform the void teleportation. Master Yu said something that surprised Chen Mobai and Master Yu Zio. Void shift. That would mean a fifth-order body tempering technique. He had already accumulated enough power to take the step of nascent soul, but after retreating, he transferred that energy to his natal magic weapon through the Cantong Pact. With this, the Crimson Heart Mirror broke through to the 5th rank, and then, using the method of mutual learning, the remaining undigested part was transformed into him, thus raising his physical body to the 5th rank as well. Now, even if he were to face Qi Yuheng, he would probably have a fighting chance. Hearing what Master Yu said, Chen Mobai was even more delighted. As the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, the more powerful Master Chengxuan is, the more stable their lineage's position in the immortal sects becomes. After they finished speaking, the three of them used their spatial walking abilities to arrive at the Wanbao Cave. Qi Yucheng and the others who were waiting there did not see Master Chengxuan, and their faces fell in sorrow. Seeing that some people were even starting to shed tears, Chen Mobai immediately spoke up and told the truth. Upon hearing that Master Chengxuan had only gone to Wufeng Immortal Mountain to see Ancestor Kaixing, they were overjoyed. Qi Yucheng immediately invited Chen Mobai and the other two to building number 1. However, Master Yu said that she had been away from the Heavenly Book Academy for a long time, and now that she had come out of seclusion, she wanted to go back and take a look. As the landlord, Chen Mobai immediately tried to persuade him to stay. It is said that Venerable Chengxuan can now perform the Great Shift of the Void, and Ancestor Kaixing is quite efficient in his actions. It is expected that Venerable Chengxuan will be able to return soon after finishing his business. Anyway, it's been more than 30 years, so what's a little longer? Master Yu listened to Chen Mobai's words and felt that they made sense. Sure enough, Master Chengxuan returned in just over half an hour. Thank you both for your help in protecting the Dharma this time. As soon as Master Chengxuan returned, he thanked Chen Mobai and Master Yuxiao, both of whom said it was their duty. I took a 4th-tier magic weapon from the Myriad Treasures Cave. Do I need to report it to the Tao Academy? At this moment, Master Yuxiao spoke up and then took out a magical artifact sphere. Given the cultivation levels of everyone present, they could naturally have easily detected its contents with their divine sense, but none of them did so. Master Chengxuan nodded slightly. He seemed to know what magical artifact Master Yuxiao had taken. He then called in Master Shaoyang, who was in charge of managing the Wanbao Cave, and told him about the matter. Thank you, then I'll head back to Lingbao Academy now. It seems that Master Yuxiao came here to retrieve this magical artifact. After finishing her business, she performed an ancient salute to the three of them, and then disappeared from the office using her ability to walk through the void. In that case, I'll take my leave. When Master Yu saw that Master Yu Zio had left, he also got up. Over the past 30 years, I have been fortunate to receive your help, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, I would never have been able to cultivate the immortal flower of the fire spirit tree, or even take that half-step. Master Chengxuan sincerely thanked her. Master Yu, however, said that she had also benefited greatly. At least with this experience, if she were to use this method to take that step next time, she would have a much better chance of success. Master Yu, the reason I was able to form my nascent soul without the help of the immortal sects pills this time is mainly because I comprehended the Daoshui fire in the purple and green demon refining heavenly book. It just so happens that this heavenly book was originally in your academy, so I should also inform you of this matter. Chen Mobai spoke at this moment, causing Yu Yishengren, who was originally planning to leave, to stop in his tracks. Daoshui fire, you actually managed to comprehend this. Clearly, Master Yu also knew about the Duo fire, and her expression turned even more surprised after hearing about it. I have already discussed this matter with Ancestor Kaixing. His suggestion is that if I have time, I can also take a look at the Tao Law Heavenly Book. Chen Mobai explained his main purpose. Now that the eastern wilderness was on the right track, he felt it was time to try to cultivate rules there. Even if there are many restrictions in the future, this is still a path to becoming a god. Moreover, Chen Mobai felt that his heaven and earth all beings crown was a perfect match for this Tao Law fruit, and he had envisioned using his external avatar to combine the two. This way, we might be able to cultivate a divine incarnation of the Lord of the Eastern Wilderness. The most crucial step in realizing this vision is whether the rules can be cultivated into the fruit of the Tao in the Eastern Wilderness. With your talent, refining the rules is a bit of a waste. Upon hearing this, Master Yu misunderstood, thinking that ancestor Kaingsing wanted Chen Mobai to become a god through rules. I dare not presume to know what the ancestor is thinking, but since the ancestor has spoken, I should go and read the Tao Law Heavenly Book. As Chen Mobai spoke, he bowed to the location of the star-tracking ancestor of the Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. This incident with Master Chengshuan has made him completely convinced of the divine transformation of this immortal sect. Just let me know whenever you want to come over. Master Yu nodded. In the immortal sect, nascent soul cultivators are qualified to comprehend the 7 heavenly books and can apply at the National Library. Even without the order from Ancestor Kaingsing, Chen Mobai could come to the Heavenly Book Academy as long as he had enough points. Moreover, Master Yu Yi is now very curious and wants to see if Chen Mobai, with his talent, can thoroughly comprehend all 7 heavenly books. Following Yu Yi Shangren's instructions, Chen Mobai immediately used 100 million points on the National Library's software to obtain the qualification to comprehend the Tao Law Heavenly Book. This qualification is permanent, but it is only valid for Chen Mobai. After thanking him, Chen Mobai personally escorted Master Yu to the door. Soon, only Master Chengshuan and Chen Mobai remained in the office. Thank you for all these years. Master Chengshuan looked at the younger generation who had grown up before him with a face full of satisfaction and pride. After meeting Kaingsing at Wufeng Immortal Mountain, he naturally also made a detour to Beiguang Ancestor. Although he still couldn't meet Beiguang, he learned from Yu Huiping about how Chen Mobai had single-handedly taken up the banner of the Dance Weapon Academy after he went into seclusion. He was right about him. This junior is not only exceptionally talented, but also loyal and righteous. As a student of the Taoist Academy, this is what I should do. Chen Mobai smiled calmly, indicating that he was simply following his heart. This is the secret technique of blooming flowers in an instant, as well as the insights and experiences that Yu Yi and I have gained over the past 30 years. You can take a look when you have time. With your aptitude, reaching the nascent soul stage should not be a problem. Hearing Master Chengshuan's words of confidence in him, Chen Mobai felt somewhat ashamed. At the same time, he also received an electronic document sent by Master Chengshuan, which was marked with the note Top Secret, Do Not Disseminate. I have already reported the Devouring God technique to Ancestor Kaingsing. Can I still cultivate this technique? Chen Mobai asked the question after some hesitation. The blooming of flowers in an instant is clearly a forbidden technique of the ancient evil sects. According to the rules of the immortal sects, if he were to cultivate it, he would need the approval of the nascent soul ancestor. I have already spoken to Ancestor Kaingsing about this matter. He said that you can study your words in advance, but you cannot pass them on to others, and you cannot use this forbidden technique on the spiritual plants of the immortal sect without permission. If you want to use it, you need to get the ancestors' permission. Master Chengshuan's words made Chen Mobai nod happily. He definitely wouldn't use the spiritual plants from the immortal sects. He had already made preparations in the eastern wilderness. Then Chen Mobai watched the flowers bloom in an instant, and when he had any questions, he asked Master Chengshuan, who answered them one by one with a kind expression. By the way, I haven't asked the principal what kind of body tempering technique you practice, that you were able to break through to the 5th level. As the two chatted, Chen Mobai thought of this question again. The body tempering technique was originally the heaven-burning body that came with the heaven-burning technique, but because I cultivate the Cantong Qi, The body tempering technique has long since changed with the red heart treasure mirror. I was lucky this time. After upgrading my magic weapon, I still had extra energy, which allowed my physical body to break through and improve as well. When this body tempering technique reaches the 5th level, it is already far different from the original burning heaven Dharma body. I have renamed it heaven-bearing Dharma body. This is the characteristic of cultivating the Kantanki. After a long period of time, in order to better fit each other and go the distance for a longer period of time, both parties will change each other's spirit and energy. Chen Mobai doesn't like to change himself, so he often changes his comrades. Once you emerge from seclusion, principal, I'll be able to relax more in the 3 great halls. Since your cultivation is now comparable to Qi Yuheng's, why don't you go down the mountain and try to take the position of the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall? Chen Mobai smiled and offered a suggestion. I only stepped down because I failed to compete with Ying Guanghua for the Zhengfa Hall. If I go back now, wouldn't I become a laughing stock? However, Master Chengxuan shook his head. Back then, Ying Guanghua had Lin Daoming's help, so he was at a disadvantage. In addition, the Dao Academy lacked a nascent soul cultivator to oversee things. After the 2 sides made some exchanges of benefits, he took the initiative to step down, and each side maintained their dignity. We certainly can't go back on our word and go back now. End of this chapter. Chapter 857. Appointed as Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. Chapter 857. Appointed as Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. After Master Chengxuan emerged from seclusion, the Wuki Dao Academy had a leader, so there was no need for Chen Mobai to stay here. Before leaving, he kept Zhuang Jialan behind. Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing both successfully formed their corps last year. However, Zhuang Jialan, who obtained the Golden Elixir Jade Pill at the same time as them, has been delayed until now because of Chen Mobai's matter. Although Master Chengxuan absorbed a significant portion of the spiritual veins in Wanbao Cave by taking that half-step, there was still enough for cultivators to use in their core formation. When Chen Mobai explained the matter, Master Chengxuan immediately said there was no problem, and even offered to send her into the Jade Flat Minor realm. After arranging Zhuang Jialan's core formation spiritual site, Chen Mobai then inquired about Meng Huinger. After more than 2 years of recuperation, her injuries have fully healed. However, because of her previous failures, she still had some lingering doubts, and even though she now had the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill and the Water Element Golden Elixir, she was still somewhat lacking in confidence. Take this. If you have any questions when you form your core, I will answer them for you. Chen Mobai also considered that this might be the final peak of Meng Huinger's core formation, so he gave her one of his formless puppet sets, in which he left a strand of his divine consciousness so that he could guide her at any time. Generally speaking, when cultivators form their core, they hope to be alone and have some peace and quiet. But Meng Huinger felt the opposite. She was overjoyed to have Chen Mobai's Wuxiang puppet by her side. You've made such a thoughtful arrangement. As she spoke, she happily opened and closed the box containing the faceless doll. Only after obtaining this did she dare to go to Dangxia Mountain to form her core. After seeing Meng Huinger off on the plain, Chen Mobai took his own private flight and returned to Wangwu Cave. This time when I came back, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere had completely changed. Inside the 3 main halls, the members of the dance weapon lineage were now acting rather arrogantly. The people of Bushan and Kunpeng turned a blind eye to this situation, letting them gloat. Chen Mobai knew that this was because the news of Master Chengxuan's emergence from seclusion and his great progress in cultivation had spread. Although he did not succeed in transforming into a nascent soul cultivator, as the second cultivator in the immortal sect to master a 5th-order body tempering technique at the nascent soul stage, Master Chengxuan was already considered to be on the same level as Qi Yuheng. They are all the strongest beings below the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect. There are even many blind people who have praised Master Chengxuan as the best, saying that even Qi Yuheng is not as good as him. Chen Mobai felt that this trend was bad, so he summoned Wang Shui and other core members of the three main halls and asked them to give the people below a lesson in ideology, because pride and complacency would inevitably lead to destruction. This action was necessary because Chen Mobai later learned from Hua Zijing that a few people from the Wuki Dao Academy had begun to look down on Jumeng Dao Academy, their ally. After severely punishing some arrogant young people, this unhealthy trend was finally stopped. It's quite a pity about the Patching Heaven and Kunpeng lineages. They even hoped to embolden the Wuki lineage, ideally forcing them to part ways with the Jumeng lineage. Little did they know that Chen Mobai, despite his young age, was so composed and cautious. Upon noticing these unfavorable signs within the organization, he immediately took action to rectify the situation. Chen Mobai continued to enforce discipline until the end of the year. He didn't hold back either, kicking several of his own people out of Wanggu Cave and sending them to local areas. Following a vote at the Kaiyuan Hall, Chen Mobai, the Minister of Law Enforcement, has been elected as the new Vice Master of the Zhengfa Hall. On this day, the council meeting of Kaiyuan Hall was held as scheduled. Gongsun Jilu chose to resign due to his health reasons. Then, in the democratic vote, Chen Mobai was elected to take over with almost a unanimous vote. This matter was actually arranged long ago. However, because Chen Mobai had been guarding Master Chengshuan in seclusion at Wanbao Cave for the previous 2 years, it was delayed until this year. However, this makes it more secure. In the past 2 years, Zhongli Tianyu has completely taken control of the law enforcement department and has even led the team to solve many major cases. He has become famous in the immortal sect and is known as the supernova second only to Chen Mobai among his peers. The credit for Zhongli Tianyu's success in solving the case should mostly be attributed to Chen Mobai, the head of the law enforcement department. With such an impressive resume and the passage of time, Chen Mobai's promotion to deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall was a natural progression. Unlike Nangong Xuanyu, who took over the military immediately after forming his nascent soul, causing much discussion and controversy throughout the immortal sects. Seeing Chen Mobai take over his position, Gongsun Jilu, who had voluntarily resigned, felt a sense of relief. Finally, I don't have to work overtime anymore. Shui Xian doesn't care about anything, and Chen Mobai doesn't like to get involved either. Over the years, under Chen Mobai's suppression, Nangong Xuanyu has even lost control of the military, so he avoids seeing her and doesn't bother her much. This resulted in many matters in the Zhengfa Hall being managed and coordinated by Gongsun Jilu, the deputy hall master. Caught between 3 nascent soul cultivators, she was utterly exhausted. So the day after the parliamentary meeting ended, she summoned Chen Mobai, handed over everything she had prepared to him, took only the infant nourishing pill, and happily left Wanggu Cave. Chen Mobai wasn't a diligent person. He simply called Hua Zijing over to take over. Jialan is still in the core formation stage, so Zijing, you can take care of these things for now. Hua Zijing naturally had no objections. She had already made this preparation. Master, what about the Heaven Mending Group? Am I still in charge of it as well? Hua Zijing wasn't afraid of hard work, but rather worried about her own abilities and energy. After all, the deputy hall master of the Zhengfa Hall had to handle far more matters than the Patching Heaven Group. Especially since Shui Xian was no longer in charge, almost all the documents from the Zhengfa Hall were sent here. Let me ask Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing if they are interested. As newly promoted Golden Core cultivators, Chen Mobai's 2 good brothers also attended the council meeting, but could only sit in the last row. Ming Yihua complained about this, saying that how could positions be assigned based on seniority. During the evening gathering, Chen Mobai also invited Zhongli Tianyu over. This is considered his core team. I'll pass. The factory manager has been very good to me and is even thinking of having me take over. If I were to take over the Sky Repairing Group, I would feel bad for him. Upon hearing what Chen Mobai said, Ming Yihua shook his head and refused without even thinking. If there's really no one else, I can leave the Sky Curtain Network Management Bureau. Yun Yambing said with great loyalty. But after careful consideration, Chen Mobai still felt it was better for him to stay in the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Management Bureau. After all, although that place was not of a high grade, it controlled the only sixth-order great array of the immortal sect. If a war of opening up occurred in the future, he could feel at ease having one of his own people there. Then let Lin Yin come back. She's been in the far north cave heaven for a while now. Chen Mobai spoke to Hua Zijing beside him, who immediately nodded and arranged the matter the next day. After the Law Enforcement Department's skymending group had finished dealing with everything, Chen Mobai turned his attention to the military. As the deputy head of the Zhengfa Hall, he theoretically had no authority to govern the military, but he couldn't resist the fact that various factions within the military wanted to submit to him. Moreover, for most of the years, the Hall of Righteous Law has been in the hands of the Dance Weapon Academy. Therefore, Chen Mobai, as the person in charge of the dance weapon lineage, has a very high reputation in the military. Nangong Xuanyu soon discovered that only 2 factions that originated from the Mending Heaven sect were still willing to support him. The rest all defected to Chen Mobai, the deputy hall master. Given Nangong Xuanyu's temperament, even if he couldn't defeat Chen Mobai in this situation, he would still stubbornly remain in the military headquarters, making the latter unhappy. But Nangong Xuanyu was no longer in the mood for that, because he had received an order from the star-piercing ancestor to lead a group of people from the immortal sect as the vanguard to be sent into another world through the interdimensional gate 6 years later, to see what kind of background and origin the other side had. This is definitely the most dangerous mission for the immortal sect. If the other world were Pluto or something like the Three-Eyed Clan, even if he were a nascent soul cultivator, his chances of survival would be slim. But this was the Patriarch's order, and unless Nangong Xuanyu wanted to defect to the Ascension sect, he had no choice but to obediently accept it. Under these circumstances, Nangong Xuanyu had completely lost the will to argue with Chen Mobai, because he needs to improve his strength in the shortest possible time, so that he has a higher survival rate when he enters the other world. However, improving one's cultivation level is not something that can be done overnight. Therefore, magical artifacts became Nangong Xuanyu's target. Because within the immortal sect, there just happens to be the Yuan Yang ancestors' pure Yang set, which can greatly increase his strength. The news that Nangong Xuanyu had applied to refine the pure Yang set quickly reached Chen Mobai's ears. If it were just 1 or 2 items, he probably wouldn't have bothered, but Nangong Xuanyu actually wanted the whole set, which Chen Mobai couldn't tolerate. The high-level magical artifacts of the immortal sects all fall under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Artifact Department of the Immortal Affairs Hall, but today it is unusually lively. A nascent soul cultivator can only support 1 4th-tier magic weapon at most. Even with the Ministry of Finance allocating spirit stones, it would only add 1 more. Minister Nangong's desire to refine all 6 pure Yang sets is something I think is inappropriate. As the ancestral home of the Immortal Weapon Refining Sect, Wuki Daeyuan naturally had Chen Mobai's people in the Immortal Weapon Department. Under his instruction, one of the vice ministers stepped forward and rejected Nangong Xuanyu's application. Jiang Xiaopeng, the head of the Immortal Artifacts Department, was a graduate of the Heaven Mending School, but most of his key subordinates were graduates of the Immortal Artifacts Department, and he dared not force Nangong Xuanyu's application to be approved. Because he knew very well that, although those opposing him were his subordinates, the one standing behind them was Master Chunyang of the Zhengfa Hall. Let's discuss it again then. Jiang Xiaopeng could only sigh and put the application aside. This was all he could do. End of this chapter. Chapter 858, Obtaining the Immortal Robe and Treasure Cauldron. Chapter 858, Obtaining the Immortal Robe and Treasure Cauldron. After the meeting of the Immortal Artifacts Department ended, Lan Haitian came to the Hall of Righteous Law. Master, regarding the Pure Yang set, please be lenient. The Palace Master said you can make any requests you have. Lan Haitian knew Chen Mobai's personality, and after being brought in by Hua Zijing, He went straight to the point. It's not that I have a problem with Nangong Chunyu or that I'm targeting him, but his desire for 6 pieces of the pure Yang set is just too greedy. Putting aside everything else, the Yuan Yang sword is now the core of Little Crimson Heaven, and it's the best platform for us to improve our combat experience. How can we sacrifice the interests of all the citizens of the immortal sect and even the creatures of the sea for his personal sake? Chen Mobai began with official rhetoric, stating that he was considering the bigger picture, not personal grudges. Master Chunyang is right. Then let's remove the Yuanyang sword from the list first. As for the remaining 5 pieces of the Chunyang set, can we discuss it? After listening, Lan Haitian agreed with Chen Mobai and continued the conversation. We also need to consider the possibility that the other side is an alien world similar to Pluto. In that case, Minister Nangong might never return after going there. If he were to lose these 5 precious and commemorative pieces of the pure Yang set, it would be an irreparable and enormous loss for future generations who wish to admire the splendor of the primordial Yang ancestor. Chen Mobai spoke in official jargon once again. Lan Haitian smiled wryly after hearing it. Fortunately, Nangong Chunyu was not here today, otherwise he would probably have stormed out in anger after hearing this. They're already cursing him to fail the mission before he even goes. What Palace Master Ying means is that, as 2 great masters of the pure Yang lineage, Venerable One and Minister Nangong should share the pure Yang set together before the war is about to begin, which can also be considered as increasing the strength of the immortal sect. How should we divide it? The Yuanyang sword is precious. We can't let Nangong Chunyu take it away. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately expressed his bottom line. Although the pure Yang set of the Yuan Yang ancestor sounds very impressive, the other 5 pieces combined are no match for that 5th-grade superior Yuan Yang sword. If he could give the Yuanyang sword to him, Chen Mobai would really not mind giving the other 5 swords to Nangong Chunyu. Just as he would stop Nangong Chunyu, if he were to request the Yuanyang sword, the Bushan lineage would certainly stop him as well. If it weren't for Nangong Chunyu's urgent need for this, coupled with the impending start of the war, the Kunpeng lineage would probably have come to stop it. The Yuan Yang sword is extremely precious as the core of the Little Crimson Heaven, so we won't talk about it for now. The main focus is on the other 5 pieces of the pure Yang set. After all, this was left behind by ancestor Yuanyang. Even if the Venerable is indeed a true successor of the pure Yang lineage, at least what ancestor Yuanyang passed down was the pure Yang Academy, and Minister Nangong has upheld his legacy. Why don't you choose 2 items for yourself, and leave the remaining 3 to Minister Nangong? What Lan Haitian said must have been Ying Guanghua's idea. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ponder. He has both a mirror and a bell, although they are not as good as those of ancestor Yuanyang, but he has the resources of the heavenly river realm, so he will be able to upgrade them to the 4th order high grade in the future. I think that with Minister Nangong's cultivation level, refining 2 pieces of the pure Yang set is the most suitable. Any more than that, even with spirit stones, will be a burden to him. Chen Mobai tried to get 3 items for himself, but Lan Haitian shook his head with a wry smile, indicating that this was the bottom line Ying Guanghua had given him. Master, please don't make things difficult for me. As a graduate of Chunyang Academy, I am definitely the first in line to succeed him. Lan Haitian didn't say something. Although Chen Mobai is a true descendant of the pure Yang lineage, he actually has no right to inherit the pure Yang set from the Yuan Yang ancestor. Giving him 2 items was already Ying Guanghua's way of apologizing for what happened before. Since Brother Lan has put it that way, I will certainly give you face, so I will choose the pure Yang immortal robe and the pure Yang pearl. Chen Mobai was not one to push his luck. Being able to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain 2 pieces of the pure Yang set was already a considerable gain for him. Moreover, the most crucial Yuan Yang sword is still with the immortal sect. As long as Nangong Chunyu doesn't take this thing, he doesn't really care about the rest. Master, actually, before Minister Nangong left, he planned to leave the pure Yang pearl behind. Why don't you choose another one? At this moment, Lan Haitian spoke again. Chen Mobai frowned at first, then seemed to think of something and nodded slightly. The Pure Yang Pearl is the symbol of the successive principles of the Pure Yang Academy and the foundation of its legacy. Nangong Xuanyu left it behind before going to the other world, which somewhat changed Chen Mobai's opinion of him. It can be said that Nangong Xuanyu has not forgotten his roots. Let's replace it with a precious cauldron. Chen Mobai found this reason very acceptable, so he nodded in agreement. Thank you for your understanding. Lan Haitian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. After the conversation, Lan Haitian took his leave. Chen Mobai asked Hua Zijing to see him out, and then he made a phone call to the Immortal Artifact Department. Not long after, Nangong Xuanyu's application was approved by the Immortal Artifact Department with some discounts. He obtained the Pure Yang Mirror and the Pure Yang Golden Bell. Among these, the Pure Yang Mirror, besides condensing purple energy, can also perceive things from afar, making it obviously very useful in other worlds. The Pure Yang Golden Bell protects the mind from external demons, and it is very suitable for environments like Pluto. Ying Guanghua thought that Chen Mobai had put aside his personal grudges in the face of the major issues of starting the war, so he left the two Chunyang sets to Nangong Xuanyu. Suddenly, Ying Guanghua and Nangong Xuanyu's opinion of Chen Mobai changed somewhat. Not long after, Chen Mobai applied to refine the Pure Yang Immortal Robe and the Pure Yang Treasure Cauldron, and it was approved by the Immortal Artifact Department that same day. These things are all at Yuanyang Temple on Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Chen Mobai deliberately avoided going to Nangong Xuanyu's place, waiting until the latter had taken the Pure Yang Mirror and the Pure Yang Golden Bell before he went there. Inside the Yuanyang Temple, Jiang Xiaopeng, the head of the Immortal Artifacts Department, was already waiting. Master, please sign here, and all the formalities will be completed. Jiang Xiaopeng produced a form that he and Yuanyang Temple had both signed, and only Chen Mobai, the recipient of the magical artifact, was missing. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Jiang. Not at all, you're too kind, Master. There's one more thing I need to explain. After you sign for the two Pure Yang sets, they will temporarily be your personal belongings. You'll need to take care of the maintenance of these magical artifacts yourself. After receiving the three-party form signed by Chen Mobai, Jiang Xiaopeng immediately explained the points to note. Once a high-level magical artifact has an owner, the immortal sect will no longer provide it with supplements such as spirit stones and spiritual energy. Chen Mobai didn't mind at all. What he has in abundance right now is spirit stones. However, Nangong Xuanyu was going to another world to carry out a dangerous mission, so Ying Guanghua had the finance department approve 100 high-grade spirit stones for him. There were also people from the Wuki Dao Academy in the finance department. After learning about this, they told Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai had just been fed 2 pieces of the Pure Yang set by them, so he simply pretended not to know about this matter. After all, those 100 high-grade spirit stones were not only for Nangong Xuanyu to nurture the Pure Yang set, but also his settlement fee. After taking the Pure Yang Immortal Robe and the Pure Yang Treasure Cauldron, Chen Mobai used the excuse of refining magical artifacts to begin his seclusion again. This precious cauldron, shall I have it? At Tianpeng Mountain, Qingnu was overjoyed and surprised when she saw the Pure Yang cauldron handed over by Chen Mobai. This precious cauldron contains various storage space compartments crafted by ancestor Yuanyang, and it is also an excellent furnace for refining pills and magical artifacts, making it perfect for you. Chen Mobai had already put on the Pure Yang Immortal Robe. The Pure Yang Immortal Robe is entirely white with 9 red sun flame patterns on the chest, waist, and cuffs, making it appear as if the cultivator is wearing 9 red suns, giving the wearer an extra touch of heroic spirit. Once this Pure Yang Immortal Robe is donned, it can automatically generate a 9-layered, 4-tiered protective barrier in the event of danger. If Chen Mobai were to actively inject Pure Yang True Energy, the 9 layers of protective restrictions could even be upgraded to the 4th grade high level. However, Chen Mobai tried it once, and the consumption of true energy was extremely severe. Even his foundation was somewhat unable to withstand it. In addition to its protective function, the pure yang immortal robe can also activate the red sun flame patterns on the garment to launch attacks, forming a 9-yang blazing flame array. The consumption of true energy is naturally even more intense. Chen Mobai only needed the pure yang dharma robe for 24-hour uninterrupted defense. After all, even as a supreme being of a sect, he still needed to be careful in the heavenly river realm. If you really encounter an opponent in a fight, the 5th-tier heavenly origin pearl and purple lightning sword are more reliable. After receiving the pure yang cauldron, Qingnu was so happy that she immediately began the experiment. She chose one of the 3 treasures for foundation building and attempted to refine it. First, all the medicinal herbs were put into the cauldron. Then, small voids appeared inside the cauldron and collected the herbs. With Qingnu's divine sense, the cauldron would then release these collected herbs one by one. This pure yang cauldron has been equipped with 9,000 compartments by the primordial yang ancestor, which can be used to store various medicinal materials and minerals of different properties. The more Qingnu tried, the more she liked it. Immediately, she took out the red gourd and spat out the earth spirit fire inside. One by one, the medicinal herbs fell into the treasure cauldron from the grid space under the grasp of Qingnu's divine sense. Half an hour later, a perfect qi-gathering powder was ready. End of this chapter. Chapter 859, How Many Have Reached Core Formation? Bonus chapter for 16,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 859, How Many Have Reached Core Formation? Bonus chapter for 16,000 monthly tickets. When Chen Mobai obtained the pure yang cauldron, he knew it was suitable for Qingnu. Since he doesn't have the ability to refine the Taiyuan blue pearl into the kind of magical artifact that Qingnu needs right now, he'll give her this one to use first. Unfortunately, the pure yang cauldron's properties were incompatible with hers, preventing it from unleashing its full power. However, for her, it was enough to store medicinal herbs and refine pills. After all, Chen Mobai didn't intend for her to fight. I never expected that the war to begin would start so soon, which I thought was a long way off. Qingnu was deeply moved after hearing Chen Mobai's account of the situation of the immortal sects over the years. For many cultivators in the immortal sects, they may never encounter a war that opens up a world-class conflict in their entire lives. I always thought it was just something from TV dramas and novels, but now that it's about to happen, even though Qingnu has already left Dai Yuan Xing, I'm still curious and surprised. Zhao Chen said that every time a war breaks out, the Ascension sect will take the opportunity to seek resources for further advancement. When the other world approaches, those evil cult giants outside of Earthstar may enter first. When the war began, some ancient evil sects took advantage of the time before the 2 worlds came together to enter the other world and plunder resources. Some even took the opportunity to cultivate their primordial spirit. That kid is lurking in the Ascension sect, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to break out with Yang Jing. Chen Mobai sighed and said that before Qingnu left, she contacted Kong Feiken several times. After informing him that Yang Jing might be possessed by the Ascension sect leader, he naturally did not want to leave. The only good news was that he could still contact Yang Jing and leave his desolate planet every 10 years to see her. Unfortunately, Yang Jing was accompanied by a powerful figure from the Ascension sect, so he had never been able to find an opportunity to escape with her. After Chen Mobai learned of this, he also asked Qingnu to tell Kong Feiken to protect himself. If you truly sense danger, you can return to the immortal sect and serve your sentence here. With Chen Mobai's arrangements, Kong Feiken's worst sentence would be life imprisonment, and his survival would be guaranteed. Kong Feiken was very grateful for this. However, he said he would not come back alone, and even if he did, he would definitely bring Yang Jing with him. Chen Mobai was deeply moved after hearing this. He even went so far as to search for the best prisons in the immortal sects so that he could arrange for the 2 of them to be imprisoned there. By the way, Jinger seems to be about to advance in rank recently. Your arrival is just in time. Please take a look at her." At this point, Qing Nu immediately patted the spirit beast pouch at her waist, and soon the devouring serpent was released by her. This snake is now nearly 30 meters long. In accordance with Chen Mobai's principle of not killing living beings, it is basically only fed spiritual plants such as fruits and vegetables, so its whole body is dark green, like black jade. It was very happy to see Chen Mobai and affectionately flicked its tongue as it approached. Chen Mobai reached out and stroked its head, using his voice of the valley technique to listen to its emotions. When Qing Nu first arrived in the eastern wilderness, the devouring serpent was raised to the second tier under her care. Now, after 20 years of continuous preparation of diet and spiritual fruits, along with ample spiritual rice and spiritual stones, it is showing signs of upgrading to the middle grade of the second tier. The energy stored in its body is sufficient. You can refine some breakthrough pills for it to take. With the two of us by its side, it should be able to break through successfully in no time. After Chen Mobai finished his examination, he spoke to Qing Nu, who was very happy. She immediately searched the immortal sects pill formula catalog and found a pill that was useful for breaking through barriers for snake-type spirit pets. This elixir was improved by Su Yan, a Taoist master from the immortal sect who kept a green snake as his Taoist companion. Originally, it was useful for breakthroughs of various spiritual beasts, but after the modification, it became even more effective for snakes. With the current power of the Five Elements sect, even though the medicinal materials needed for this kind of pill are very obscure, they were all collected and sent to Tianping Mountain within just 10 days after Chen Mobai gave the order. King Nu immediately opened the furnace, and Chen Mobai used the Daoshui fire to quickly produce 10 perfect pills. Under the care of the two, the devouring serpent took the pills one by one. When it reached the fourth grain, its body suddenly swelled by half, reaching a length of nearly 50 meters, coiled up like a small black jade mountain. Then Chen Mobai immediately dispersed the spiritual energy of a high-grade spirit stone and gently placed it around the creature, allowing it to absorb it slowly at the most suitable pace. 7 days later, the devouring serpent entered a deep slumber. However, this is the usual practice for snake-type spirit beasts when they break through, and they will slowly digest the spiritual energy in this way to adapt to the surge in power after advancing. This process may take some time. King Nu was a little worried, so she didn't put it into her spirit beast pouch. Instead, she cast a formation to encircle it on the mountaintop so she could keep an eye on it at all times. Chen Mobai listened intently to the sounds of the empty valley, and after confirming that the demonic energy within the devouring serpent was stable, returned to Giant Tree Ridge. He entered the Divine Tree Secret Realm again, using the Devouring God technique to absorb the vast, wandering spiritual consciousness of the Great Tao Tree. The phoenix facing the sun painting is improving at an extremely rapid pace. According to Chen Mobai's estimate, he should be able to reach the responding to the Earth Spirit Realm by the time Nangong Xunyu goes to the other world. After using the Devouring God technique, Chen Mobai returned to his Longevity Wood Dojo. When he returned, he found that Zhang Deming's wooden house was completely empty. Was this a success or a failure? Chen Mobai immediately picked up the Tangxiani and called Gu Yan over. "Greetings, sect leader." Soon, Gu Yan came to him and bowed respectfully. "Has junior nephew Zhang achieved core formation?" Chen Mobai asked. Reporting to the sect leader, senior brother Zhang has failed. He is currently recuperating in Giant Tree Ridge. Shall we have him come to see you? As a foundation establishment cultivator of the wood vein, Zhang Deming also had his own cave dwelling in Giant Wood Ridge. After failing to form his core, he felt ashamed to stay there. Chen Mobai was in seclusion, so he told Gu Yan and left. "That's a pity. This is a bottle of healing pills. Could you give it to him for me later?" Chen Mobai was not a heartless person. Although Zhang Deming had failed to form his core, he was still one of his people, and he should still show him the care he deserved. After Gu Yan accepted the pill, he asked the other foundation establishment cultivators in the Five Elements sect who had exchanged for core formation elixirs, wanting to know how many of them had successfully formed their cores. Senior brother E and senior brother Zhou have both successfully completed their seclusion, and senior brother Ning of the Golden Vein is said to be consolidating his realm. Senior sister Tan from the Fire Vein, senior brother Kong from the Earth Vein, and the two senior brothers from the Water Vein all failed. Senior sister Luo of the Reward Hall is being cautious because she needs to shatter the heretical golden core, and there is no news yet about her coming out of seclusion. Senior brother Jiang and senior brother Yi from the array department completed the array setup in Loquat Valley last year, and they should still be in seclusion now. Gu Yan immediately told Chen Mobai what she knew, and the latter nodded in satisfaction after listening. This time, 7 golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills and 3 water essence golden elixir pills were distributed. Currently, 3 people have successfully formed their core, a success rate of 30%, which is already quite good. Among them, Zhou Wangshan and Yi Yun successfully formed their cores, which can be considered as living up to his earnest teachings over the years. Clearly, both of them took his preaching to heart. Over the years, the two have diligently cultivated themselves, refined their spirit and energy, and eliminated the poisons from the pills, which led to their success this time. Chen Mobai also remembered another successful Ning Leshen. Back when he was making a living on Qingguang Island in Yunming's, Ning Leshen was already a foundation establishment cultivator, clearly a person of exceptional talent. However, Chen Mobai guessed that Ning Leshen's success was largely due to the sword cultivator's indomitable spirit. Especially in the Tian realm, where everything is in competition, a willingness to go all out is particularly important. After Gu Yan left, Chen Mobai immediately summoned Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan. Greetings, sect leader. The first to arrive was Zhou Wangshan. After he formed his core, he had nothing to do. Since Chen Mobai did not need the 5 elements essence for the time being, he had been staying in Beiyuan City. Upon receiving the news, he immediately took the medium-sized teleportation array to come over. Good. Have you relayed the news of your successful core formation to senior brother Zhou? Chen Mobai smiled slightly when he saw Zhou Wangshan. I sent someone over immediately, and I received a reply a while ago. The patriarch told me not to be arrogant and to continue cultivating with a humble attitude. Oh, and there's another letter that the patriarch asked me to give to the sect leader. As Zhou Wangshan spoke, he took out Zhou Shenking's reply. Chen Mobai took it and nodded slightly. Then he took out the Tangxianyi again and notified Zhuo Ming to come and see him. Then Chen Mobai asked about Zhou Wangshan's cultivation after he formed his golden core. As the two chatted, Yi Yun arrived. After achieving core formation, he didn't rest for a moment, keeping his mission firmly in mind, and continued to lead the 5 Elements sect in carrying out the connectivity project throughout the eastern wilderness. He has just finished setting up the areas with medium-sized teleportation arrays, but he still needs to lead people to set up about 3/4 of the eastern wilderness. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Mobai praised Yi Yun, thinking to himself that when he returned to the immortal sect, he would urge Yun Yangbing to find a few of the best-preserved satellites abandoned in space and repair them. Both Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan practiced the Longevity Sutra, and Chen Mobai could only give them some pointers on the precautions after they formed their core, for which they were very grateful. There just happens to be a mission that requires sending someone to the Eastern Barbarians. You too can go there and also pay your respects to senior brother Zhou. Within the sect, he is the foremost expert in understanding the longevity scripture. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he spoke up. The two didn't even ask what the mission was, and immediately agreed. The Spirit Stone mine in Dongyi will be shared with Yu Raihai again next year, but it's already difficult to extract large pieces of raw Spirit Stone. So senior brother Zhou sent a letter asking all the geomancers in the sect to go there and extract as much as they can in the last year. Chen Mobai recounted the contents of the letter Zhou Shenking had given him. Zhuo Ming arrived shortly after. Minger, thank you for making this trip. Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan will escort you. After Chen Mobai explained the situation, Zhuo Ming immediately nodded. After she achieved the golden core stage, her ability to communicate with the earth through the all things spiritual rhinoceros became even broader and deeper. Moreover, the Earth Mother seal she had mastered allowed her to easily perceive and scan various minerals hidden underground by harnessing the power of primordial magnetic fields. She alone is worth as much as all the geomancers in the Five Elements sect. End of this chapter. Chapter 860, A Corner of Peace. Chapter 860, A Corner of Peace. Before leaving, Zhuo Ming and the other two handed over their tasks to others. The task of cultivating the fertile land in the east was entrusted to Han Jiling, the third-generation senior disciple of Zion Enshin. The China Unicom project was taken over by Song Huangda. A month later, Ning Leshan of the Golden Vein also successfully formed his core and emerged from seclusion. The first thing he did after consolidating his realm was to pay his respects to Chen Mobai. Not bad, not bad. Keep up your cultivation. I hope that one of us will be among the next generation. Chen Mobai primarily encouraged his own cultivators. Upon hearing this, Ning Leshan repeatedly declined, saying he dared not accept such a humble response. Although he was very confident in himself, there was really no way for Jin Guangya to reach the nascent soul realm. Although the golden vein cultivation method, like the longevity scripture, can be cultivated to the early nascent soul stage, no one has ever actually succeeded in it. This matter is easy. Take my token to the library in Baiyuan City. There are 1,200 Taoist books that I collected from Xuanxiao Tao Palace. Most of them are metal attribute cultivation techniques, secret arts, and supernatural abilities. There is also a Mingjing Zhishui sword manual, which can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage. If your attribute is suitable, you can switch to that one. Chen Mobai generously wrote a note, which Ning Leshan accepted with gratitude. With the 5 elements and 5 veins completely merged, apart from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion managing various tasks and distributing spirit stone resources, this library also houses all the Taoist books and jade slips from the 5 veins. Among them, Chen Mobai, representing the Wood Clan, offered all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals he had obtained over the years from conquering the major sects of the Eastern Wilderness. The other 4 clans responded immediately. The Taoist books he had taken with him after the destruction of the Xuanxiao Tao Palace were also placed there, and any disciple who made a contribution could exchange them for a portion of their current cultivation level. Chen Mobai even posted his insights on core formation on it. For this reason, cultivators in the 5 Elements sect who have aspirations for themselves will generally go to Baiyuan City. In addition to being able to purchase all kinds of resources they needed in that immortal city, they could also easily view and read all kinds of knowledge that were previously difficult to obtain. The other major families and independent cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness also coveted this place, considering the Northern Abyss City Library to be a sacred site. If I could go inside and take a look, it would be worth shortening my lifespan. Chen Mobai had originally considered opening the library to outsiders, but considering the local atmosphere, he abandoned the idea. However, he also gave them a chance. If cultivators outside the 5 Elements sect could offer books that were not in the library and whose knowledge was useful to the 5 Elements sect, they could exchange them for 3 books of the same level from the library. This rule was added by Chen Mobai after he destroyed the Xuanxiao Tao Palace. At that time, the 5 Elements sect had already established its power, and even if a few core formation cultivators appeared in a rogue cultivator or a cultivation family, he could easily suppress the situation. All the cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness praised his rule, feeling that even the title of Great Teacher was insufficient to describe the greatness and virtue of sect leader Chen. He is practically the reincarnation of an ancient sage. After this regulation was introduced, the number of books in the Baiyuan City Library tripled within just 1 month. Although many of the books only contain first or second-tier knowledge, and third-tier knowledge is extremely rare, they still greatly expand and improve upon the various gaps in the cultivation arts. However, the quality of this content varies greatly. It needs to be organized by a dedicated person. Chen Mobai had already thought this through, and planned to personally lead Jiang Zhengheng to handle it. Writing books can preserve past historical records and various traditions. In the process, it can also promote the progress of the entire cultivation world in the Eastern Wilderness and develop a more brilliant culture and technology. At the same time, Chen Mobai also planned to use the ideas of the immortal sect as the main theme, combined with the simple cultivation knowledge of the heavenly river realm, to create a set of scriptures that could be passed down for eternity and regarded as the guiding principles by hundreds of millions of cultivators in future generations. Establish virtue, establish merit, establish words. Writing books and establishing classics is not only a virtue of education and enlightenment, but also a way to pass on knowledge and wisdom to future generations. This idea had been brewing in Chen Mobai's mind for a long time. He felt that now that he had come to the heavenly river realm, it was necessary for him to do something for this world. Inheriting the lost learning of the sages, we will usher in an era of peace for all generations. Inheriting the wisdom of the ancients, we will pave the way for prosperity for future generations. Now that peace has been achieved, it is time to establish principles. After seeing Ning Leshan off, Chen Mobai went to Pipa Valley. "Master, what brings you here?" Jiang Zhengheng had not yet gone into seclusion, so he opened the formation to welcome him in. "I was afraid that you would be too eager to rush things after hearing that Yi Yun and the others had successfully formed their cores, so I came to see you." He had high expectations for this disciple. After all, among his 4 disciples, only Jiang Zhengheng had the wisdom and understanding to inherit his thoughts. However, because I grew up in a place like the Eastern Wilderness, I need to clarify many of my views. Writing books and establishing classics is like building castles in the air if there are no successors. "Thank you, Master. I'm just about to form my core." Jiang Zhengheng refined the wood element of the green gourd and had already completed the foundation building last year. After a year of honing his skills, he felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had reached the most perfect state. Chen Mobai gave him some more guidance, and also told him about the experiences of Yi Yun and Zhou Wangshan in successfully forming their cores. As more and more people reach the core formation stage, the longevity scripture will make it easier for later generations of disciples to break through to higher realms, inheriting the wisdom of their predecessors. This is why knowledge needs to be passed down. After you reach the core formation stage, you will help your master write a set of scriptures. Before leaving, Chen Mobai said these words, which greatly boosted Jiang Zhengheng's confidence, as it meant that his master believed he could achieve the core formation stage. "Master, what scripture is it?" "I haven't thought of a name yet. My main task is to organize the basic knowledge of cultivation so that future generations can avoid some detours before embarking on this path." Chen Mobai didn't hide anything from his apprentice and spoke his mind. After hearing this, Jiang Zhengheng deeply admired his master's magnanimity. At the same time, he became even more determined to achieve the golden core stage, because he very much wanted to write down this set of scriptures for Chen Mobai. After leaving Pipa Valley, Chen Mobai went to Tianping Mountain. He also told King Nu about this, and she was very supportive. Qing Nu, with the knowledge system of the immortal sects as the main framework, and the local inheritance of the heavenly river realm as the branches, you can write a classic text of sages. Chen Mobai, when the time comes, you'll need to be in charge of writing the parts about alchemy. Although Chen Mobai had also studied alchemy, he was certainly no match for Qing Nu, a genius. Moreover, he wanted to share this great merit with his Taoist partner. "No problem." King Nu nodded with a smile. After spending several more days at Tianping Mountain, Chen Mobai went to Baiyuan City. This place has now completely transformed into the magnificent immortal city he envisioned, bustling with people and teeming with life. After exiting the medium-sized teleportation array, the Foundation establishment cultivator from the 5 Elements sect who was guarding the area immediately rushed over. He was Guan Xiaolong, a true disciple of the array department from the former Divine Wood sect. With the help of the 5 Elements sect's massive resource explosion, he successfully achieved foundation establishment on his second attempt. While chatting with him, Chen Mobai did not use his void-walking ability. Instead, on a sudden whim, he followed the many cultivators and boarded the flying boat heading to the center of the immortal city. After the medium-sized teleportation array was established here, excluding wartime, it could transport thousands of non-5-element sect cultivators every day. Since flying was prohibited for those below the core formation stage in Baiyuan City, it was quite troublesome for so many cultivators to travel between the main city and the suburbs. Therefore, Yuan Chai set up 12 flying boats, which departed on time every hour. The cost is 1 low-grade spirit stone for 10 trips, which isn't expensive. You can purchase them at the shops located outside the 5-element sect's teleportation array. They will give you 10 special talismans with the 5-element sect seal. You only need to hand in 1 talisman each time you board the flying boat. However, for many people who are short of money, especially those independent cultivators who have come from all over the eastern wilderness, even the minimum expenditure of 1 spirit stone is still a bit expensive. Therefore, many clever forces set up ground services using spirit beasts for transport. The price is quite flexible. It can be spirit stones, medicinal herbs, pills, cultivation techniques, etc., mainly depending on the bargaining skills of the individual cultivator. Usually, when there are only a few left, we just give out any pill to get enough people, and the train will start. Thanks to the rules of our 5-element sect, no one dares to become a tribulation cultivator anymore, so the rogue cultivators can rest assured, it's just a bit slower. Guan Xiaolong was in charge of this medium-sized teleportation array and knew all about it, as many forces had bribed him. These signs also allowed Chen Mobai to sense the atmosphere of life on the other side of the immortal sect. The peaceful and prosperous era in the eastern wilderness, created by the 5-element sect, was unfolding before his eyes, making Chen Mobai increasingly interested in the lives of those at the bottom of society. After disembarking from the flying boat and entering the main city, he felt as if he had returned to the immortal sect. High-rise buildings, constructed under his planning, surround the central Baiyuan mountain, towering into the clouds and reaching the sky. Shops line both sides of the street, displaying a dazzling array of immortal herbs, spirit stones, elixirs, and magical treasures. One by one, cultivators bustled about, some chatting in small groups, others curiously looking at the signs of various shops. They were clearly newcomers to Baiyuan City and were quickly lured inside by the shopkeepers at the entrances. After leaving the central area, Chen Mobai went to a street specifically set up for stalls. This was a fine tradition of the Tian realm, which he had specially preserved in Baiyuan City. In the squares, there are also arenas with restrictions set up, where cultivators can practice their spells. There are even alchemy stages, weapon forging stages, and so on, which are places to showcase one's abilities. The present-day Baiyuan City is an unprecedentedly prosperous immortal city in the eastern wilderness. With the 5-element sect guaranteeing safety, cultivators can even make like-minded friends. You know, in the past, when a stranger approached a local, the first reaction was, "What does this person want from me?" End of this chapter. Chapter 861, Reunion with the Red River. Chapter 861, Reunion with the Red River. After touring Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai was heading towards the top of Baiyuan Mountain with satisfaction. Suddenly, he saw someone. He was a thin, handsome male cultivator of average height and appearance, with a very ordinary build. His cultivation level was at the Qi refining stage. However, these appearances and physiques were all disguised. Chen Mobai could easily tell that this person was a foundation establishment cultivator, and his cultivation was extremely powerful, almost at the peak of foundation establishment. If he didn't recognize them, Chen Mobai would probably just glance at them, leave a mark, and that would be it. But what this person said actually piqued his curiosity. Hung was looking around at a stall. He had come to buy pills that could improve his cultivation, but what kind of pills would be useful to him? There were none on the stall. However, this was just him passing the time. He mainly watched the evening exchange meetings with like-minded people. After purchasing a second-tier medicinal herb, Hong got up to leave when his pupils suddenly widened. Chen Mobai stood in front of him and smiled slightly. Hong instinctively wanted to run away, but when he thought of the current level of the sect leader in front of him, his whole body seemed to be under a tight band, and he froze on the spot. "Follow me." Upon hearing these 3 words, Hong breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chen Mobai had already turned around, and Hong dared not run away. He followed the nascent soul cultivator in front of him with a respectful expression, heading towards the top of Baiyuan Mountain. "How have you been these past years since you left the sect?" After sitting down, Chen Mobai's first question made Hong feel a pang of sadness and an urge to cry. You should know that along the way, he had even imagined the scenario of Chen Mobai taking action to execute him in order to prevent the 5-element sect from being tainted by demonic forces. Little did I know, it would be such a warm and gentle greeting. At this moment, Hong, who had been wandering outside for decades, deeply regretted why he had ever practiced demonic arts. "I've been all right these past few years. Sect leader, can I still return to the sect?" Hong had suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and tried to speak in as calm a tone as possible. "I'm glad you didn't lay a hand on Gu Yan when you left. Moreover, I haven't heard of any disciple being killed in the sect. In that respect, you haven't let the sect down. Although you initially cultivated the devouring sea demon art unintentionally, you still devoured quite a few rogue cultivators and tribulation cultivators later on. This is something I cannot forgive. You must accept punishment for your mistakes. You will definitely not be able to return to the 5-element sect." Chen Mobai was just telling the truth. In any case, it was a fact that Hong had practiced demonic arts. "Sect leader, those I devoured were all people who had experienced tribulation cultivation." Hong immediately spoke up to defend himself. But Chen Mobai still shook his head. "Although the 5-element sect now has 2 nascent soul cultivators, senior brother Joe and I, it is still far weaker than the 9 heavens demon suppression sect of the Eastern Holy Land. I cannot allow you to be a hidden danger in the sect." Upon hearing these words, Hong lowered his head in grief. "Did you come to Baiyuan City to collect some resources?" Seeing this, Chen Mobai changed the subject. Hong He quickly composed himself and explained the purpose of his visit. He needed a pill to advance to the foundation establishment stage. A well-known rogue cultivator named Yu Jai was holding a trade fair in Baiyuan City, where a type of pill called the Azure Water Spirit Pill, which was very useful for the Red River, was available. So he came here specifically for that. Yuji Sanren. Chen Mobai didn't recognize this minor character, so Hong immediately explained that he came from the Eastern Wu and was previously the patriarch of a small family. However, during a previous massive wave of demonic beasts, the family's disciples were conscripted by the Sun family, and almost all of them died in Yunmeng's. Upon receiving the news, Yu Jai Sanren, in his grief, disbanded his clan and with only a few bloodline descendants, crossed the border of Yunmeng's in the dead of night and fled to the eastern wilderness. Since she brought her entire family's wealth with her, she lived a very comfortable life in Baiyuan City. Not only did she break through to the peak of foundation establishment with the help of the city's resources, but she also opened a specialty store of Dongwu, which she made quite successful. When Sun Huangji failed to achieve nascent soul and perished, and Sun Huanglong went on a killing spree to suppress the entire territory of Eastern Wu in order to maintain the Sun family's position as the hegemon, Yuji Sanren saw an opportunity, and specially sent his descendants back to Eastern Wu to spread the word about the magnificence of Baiyuan City, the greatness of the 5-element sect, and the sincerity of Headmaster Chen to the immortal cultivation families there. Many small families and forces in Eastern Wu, who did not want to live in fear, were persuaded and followed them to Baiyuan City with hope. Of course, after these people arrive, they will definitely first pay their respects to Yuji Sanren, and with his help, they will purchase real estate, open shops, and so on. Yuji Sanren made a fortune using this method. The reason for holding this trade fair is that Yuji Sanrin wants to collect some books and knowledge that are not available in the Baiyuan City Library, so that he can exchange them for those core formation insights that are listed as the third tier. It wasn't just Yuji Sanrin. Ever since Chen Mobai established that rule, the Foundation establishment ancestors of all the major families in the Eastern Wilderness have been bringing out their most treasured inherited knowledge without hesitation, just to exchange for insights into core formation. The most generous among them was Zhu Jinyu, the former head of the Snowfall Palace. When she joined the Five Elements sect, after learning about this matter from Lan Lingping, she directly exchanged all the core formation insights in the library for the entire sect's collection of books accumulated over thousands of years. There was even some leeway left, but Zhu Jinyu saved these opportunities to exchange knowledge, planning to use them when the Five Elements sect released new insights into core formation in the future. As it turns out, her vision was far-sighted. In just 3 short years, the Five Elements sect has acquired 3 more core formation insights. I won't give you the pills. Here are Nujiang's insights on core formation. Take notes. After learning the purpose of Hong's visit, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then took out paper and pen, retrieved the original text of Nujiang's insights from the memory of the heavenly abacus, wrote it down, and handed it to him. Thank you, sect leader. Hong's hands trembled as he excitedly accepted the paper. After reading it and memorizing it, he immediately burned it. After you leave this gate, I will not know you, and you will not be a disciple of my Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai said this last sentence, and Hong's eyes showed a slight sadness, but he solemnly bowed deeply. This disciple swears that even if I die, I will not bring trouble to the sect. After saying this, Hong stood up. Sect leader, there is one more thing, that Yuji Sanrin may also be practicing demonic arts. Before leaving, Hong said something. Chen Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded gently. A short while later, Luo Yixuan, who had been notified by him, arrived. Master, you wanted to see me. During this period, Luo Yixuan had been in Baiyuan City. In addition to communicating with the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, Chen Mobai also entrusted her with the affairs of the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce. Yue Zhudao has already begun to occupy the low-end market in the East with industrialized talisman paper. Now, every year, the East Wilderness produces a huge amount of talisman paper and sends it over. Besides talismans, there are also some local specialties of the Eastern Wilderness. Previously, Liu Wenbai was in charge of this matter, but seeing that his junior sisters had all reached the core formation stage, and even Jiang Xingheng, who joined the sect the latest, had taken this step, he couldn't sit still any longer. He told Chen Mobai that he wanted to go into seclusion and at least cultivate to the Foundation establishment stage. Chen Mobai naturally agreed with this. However, he also instructed Liu Wenbai that while seclusion was acceptable, one should not rush things or take elixirs to force growth. Liu Wenbai's most prominent characteristic is his honesty and obedience. He has spent most of his time cultivating in the 4th-tier cave dwelling arranged for him by Chen Mobai in Baiyuan City over the years, but he still takes care of the affairs of Xi'an and Shanpu. In addition, Chen Mobai had Luo Yixuan hand over the puppet factory, the Five Elements Chamber of Commerce, and other businesses. I understand, Master. After telling Luo Yixuan about Yuji Sanrin, a glint of interest flashed in her eyes. If it is confirmed that they are demonic cultivators, remember to preserve the evidence. We should not take action. Your master will notify the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Chen Mobai knew that, although this disciple was beautiful and had a fairy-like appearance, he had a strong desire to kill because of his childhood experiences. Yes, master. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Luo Yixuan was a little disappointed. Since she formed her core, she had not encountered a single opponent who could make her attempt to master the mysterious heavy water. In the great battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace, old ancestor Jin Feng was killed by Chen Mobai, and the remaining core formation cultivators were all taken care of by the older generation such as Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi. She could only attack some foundation establishment cultivators. How can this lead to progress? So when she heard that it might be a demonic cultivator, Luo Yixuan thought she should follow the clues and find out what was hidden behind Yuji Sanren so she could have a good test of her skills. Anyway, with Granny Ming by her side and the fourth-tier Moonflower Blade, she was basically confident that she could fight against anyone who wasn't a core formation expert like Mo Duguang or Zhou Yi. Senior Zhu, the arrangements have all been made. Inside the cave dwelling where Yuji Sanren was, she spoke respectfully to Zhu Yun. Yes, this operation must succeed or fail. If it succeeds, I will give you a core formation elixir from the sunbathing sea. After listening, Zhu Yun nodded calmly and made a promise. Yuji Sanren's face immediately flushed red, as if he was attracted by this offer. End of this chapter. Chapter 862, The Experiences of Hong, bonus chapter for 17,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 862, The Experiences of Hong, bonus chapter for 17,000 monthly tickets. After Zhu Yun left, Yuji Sanren walked to a fish tank filled with water, then cast a talisman, causing ripples on the water's surface and reflecting a blurry human face. Master, everything is proceeding according to plan. The blurry face nodded after listening, and then disappeared. The next day, Hong arrived at the trade fair venue. This was a very ordinary second-tier cave dwelling in Baiyuan City. When he entered, he saw Yuji Sanren sitting in the very center, and around her were 6 foundation establishment cultivators. These people were all sitting on futons, and they all looked at the Red River with scrutinizing curiosity. This is fellow Taoist Kai Sha, a reclusive expert in the southern part of Yunming's near the desolate ruins. His cultivation is no less than mine. Yuji Sanren immediately introduced her with a smile. She was a beautiful and charming woman. She must have been living a very good life in Baiyuan City these past few years. As she spoke, her cherry lips were slightly upturned and she was very relaxed. Greetings, fellow Taoist. The other 6 foundation establishment cultivators greeted Hong politely, and he nodded in response to each of them. He then chose an empty futon and sat down. Before long, more foundation establishment cultivators came in 2s and 3s, and Yuji Sanren introduced them one by one. Hong, on the other hand, carefully observed from the very edge. After leaving the eastern wilderness, he went to Yunming's in the eastern Wu region. Freed from the constraints of his sect, he initially acted recklessly for a period of time. Because eastern Wu was located by water, there were many cultivators practicing the azure water technique. Relying on his profound cultivation, he captured many of them and absorbed them with the devouring sea demon technique. During that period, he naturally interacted with many forces in eastern Wu and even encountered real demonic cultivators. Because of his powerful cultivation, he was introduced to a family in eastern Wu and hired to replace the family's foundation establishment ancestor and join the allied forces formed by the Sun family. That's how he met Yuji Sanren. Whenever the demonic beasts of Yunming's show signs of forming a large tide, the Sun family will directly assign each cultivation family a certain number of people to contribute. The Zhou family, to which Zhou Yi belonged, was led by their patriarch to join the allied forces. They suffered heavy losses in battle after battle, with cultivators dying one after another. In the end, they were so short of manpower that the Sun family accused them of disobeying orders and made an example of them, resulting in the extermination of the entire clan. However, whenever the Sun family formed an allied army, as long as all the men were present, it didn't matter who they were, so they resorted to hiring people. Hong replaced Yuji Sanren and led her family to participate in the Eastern Wu coalition twice. These 2 experiences involved several brushes with death, but also yielded tremendous gains. Coupled with the devouring sea demon art, Hong quickly reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Afterwards, Hong passed through the desolate ruins and went to the Golden Crow immortal city in the eastern Yi region, where he rented a 3rd-tier cave dwelling to try to form his core. Unfortunately, without the elixir for forming the golden core, it naturally ended in failure. Fortunately, he was a core disciple of the Divine Wood sect and had long ago obtained a secret technique to save his life in case of failure in forming the golden core. It was precisely because of his failed attempt to form his core that he lost some of his cultivation and damaged his essence, which is why he has not yet recovered. Soon, all 13 Foundation establishment cultivators invited by Yuji Sanrin arrived. 6 of them were patriarchs of immortal cultivation families who had fled from Dongwu. 3 were rogue cultivators from Dongwu like Hong, and the other 3 were Foundation establishment cultivators from the eastern wilderness. Everyone spoke up, taking out their own items, almost all of which were third-tier spiritual materials, or even rare and valuable items like thousand-year-old medicinal herbs. After the items were revealed, the cultivators who wanted them communicated with each other via telepathy, saying what they could offer. Some reached agreements and exchanged items after verification on the spot. Others looked regretful. Hong successfully exchanged a large amount of spirit stones and a cultivation technique he didn't need for the pills he required. Time quickly came to an end for the trade fair. All eyes turned to Yuji Sanrin. She smiled slightly, took out a jade bottle, and poured it into a porcelain bowl. A pool of blue spiritual liquid exuding a chilling aura fell into everyone's eyes. It really is spirit ice mystic liquid. After examining it, the 2 Foundation establishment alchemists were shocked and exclaimed. Soon, the Foundation establishment cultivators present began to breathe rapidly. This is a pill produced by the Moral Sect. It is also a type of pill that is useful for cultivators in the eastern continent to form their golden core. It can help cultivators coordinate their essence, chi, and spirit, and solidify liquid spiritual energy into a golden core. This substance is on par with the heavenly yang fire liquid, extracted from the fifth-order sun god tree by the sun-bathing sea, and can be considered one of the 2 great core formation elixirs of the eastern continent. It was precisely because Yuji Sanrin claimed to have this item that so many Foundation establishment cultivators were able to participate. Everyone quickly communicated their conditions to Yuji Sanrin, but in the end, the one who obtained the spirit ice elixir was the patriarch of another family in Dongwu. Despite the menacing gazes of the crowd, the clan leader calmly returned the spirit ice essence to the jade bottle and stored it in his storage bag. In the past, he would definitely have attended these trade fairs wearing a mask and then run away as soon as he got the goods. But I'm not afraid anymore. This is Baiyuan City. Those who dared to become thieves here are all corpses now. After the transaction of the spirit ice profound liquid was completed, the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators stood up with regret, preparing to take their leave. But at this moment, Yuji Sanrin suddenly spoke up. Does anyone know where I obtained this spirit ice mystic liquid? Upon hearing her words, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared intently at her. Does the wandering cultivator have channels in the eastern lands to purchase this spirit ice mystic liquid on a long-term basis? This spirit ice mystic liquid is only occasionally sold at the thatched cottage of the Eastern Moral Sect. Even major sects in the eastern land may not be able to buy it. If I had that kind of channel, I would have given it to the 5 Elements sect long ago. I might be a guest of honor of 2 nascent soul cultivators now. Yuji Sanrin made a joking remark, and everyone laughed along. Now, all the major families and independent cultivators in the eastern wilderness consider it an honor to join the 5 Elements sect, because as long as the disciples of the 5 Elements sect make contributions, they can read tens of thousands of volumes of Taoist books and jade slips in the library, and can even exchange for core formation spiritual medicines in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The news that Yi Yun, Zhou Wang, Shen Ning, and Lashan had successfully formed their cores had recently spread throughout the eastern wilderness. Even if all the remaining members of the 5 Elements sect fail, a 30% success rate is enough to make all Foundation establishment cultivators envious. Unfortunately, the 5 Elements sect has now passed the stage of blind expansion. To join the 5 Elements sect, in addition to having a clean background, one must first go through the process of passing the examination at the lower academy. Although the policy of guaranteeing admission to schools based on school district housing still exists, it has restricted the age of cultivator who can join the five-element sect. After the establishment of the 6 major academies, cultivators over the age of 30 were not accepted unless they had exceptionally outstanding spiritual roots. This made all the foundation establishment ancestors from various families who wanted to join the five-element sect sigh in despair. Even so, the fact that the five-element sect shared its core formation insights was enough to instill genuine awe in these foundation establishment cultivators. In the past, if these foundation establishment cultivators dared to even glance at them, their entire clan would be wiped out by a major sect the next day. However, people are never satisfied. Once they have gained insights into core formation, they want the elixir for core formation. Therefore, Ujai Sanran's next words made everyone's eyes light up. I found this bottle of spirit ice mystic liquid in a mysterious water palace deep within the Yunmeng Marsh, a place filled with powerful restrictions. However, due to the erosion of time and flowing water, some cracks have appeared. My good friend, fellow Taoist Keisha, accidentally discovered that place when he led my family disciples to participate in the Eastern Wu Coalition last time. After sacrificing many people, he barely managed to find a passage that was accessible. Some time ago, with the help of a senior, I entered it again and obtained this bottle of spirit ice mystic liquid. However, we have only explored 1 or 2/10 of the water mansion. I believe there are even more valuable resources in the areas we haven't yet set foot in. However, the restrictions there are extremely powerful, so I need to rely on your strength to jointly practice a battle formation. If it succeeds, I am willing to share the contents with you all equally. After Ujai Sanran finished speaking, everyone kept asking questions, such as where the water mansion was located, what the attributes of the restrictions were, and why the battle formation was like. The cultivators here love going down to their cave dwellings the most. In fact, many ancestors of cultivation families started their fortunes in this way. This is a map of the location of the water palace, but before you look at it, I need you all to swear that you will not tell anyone outside of this place about this matter. Ujai Sanran placed a folded brocade letter beside him, and after hearing this, several people hesitated. May I ask if the layperson can guarantee that there is enough spirit ice essence liquid inside? One of the foundation establishment cultivators from the eastern wilderness asked a question. How could I possibly guarantee that? Ujai Sanran immediately shook her head, saying that Zhu Yun had given her this bottle of spirit ice mystic liquid. In that case, it's very likely that we'll have made a wasted trip, and it would require so many of our foundation establishment cultivators, so the risk is quite high. After saying this, the foundation establishment cultivator shook his head, indicating that he would not participate. As soon as he left, another foundation establishment cultivator from the eastern wilderness also got up to take his leave. If you two leave, please swear that you will not reveal anything about this place. Ujai Sanran cursed inwardly that these foundation establishment cultivators in the eastern wilderness had lost all their courage to seek fortune in danger because of the five-element sect's protection. But on the surface, he still smiled and made his request. As the two left, they glanced at the last foundation establishment cultivator from the eastern wilderness. However, the latter was clearly very old. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the two, and then stayed behind. The two fellow Taoists are still young and can wait for the five-element sect to show mercy. I am old, and this may be my last hope of forming my core. After hearing his words, the two nodded in understanding. After the two, the foundation establishment cultivator who had already obtained the spirit ice, profound liquid also left. The rest of the people, faced with the temptation of the core formation elixir, all nodded in agreement, including Hong. The group agreed to practice battle formations for half a month, and then go to Yunming's together. Soon, only Ujai Sanran remained in the cave. But when night fell, the Red River came. Junior brother, is the teleportation array ready? When Ujai Sanran saw Hong, He asked a question and the latter nodded slightly. After you finish this task, I will have my master teach you the true demonic arts, which are 1,000 times more powerful than your half-baked devouring sea technique. Do your job well and don't let me down. Hong nodded blankly after hearing Yuji Sanran's words. When he was a cultivator in Eastern Wu, he once carelessly fell into the hands of a powerful demonic cultivator. Fortunately, because he had cultivated demonic arts, he was taken in as a disciple. However, the disciples of the demonic path are all slaves, and all of them have been placed under a life-or-death restriction. That is why Hong cannot refer to Chen Mobai as his nominal master. However, he still mentioned Yuji Sanran indirectly. I hope the sect leader can understand. As Hong left the cave, he thought to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 863, Luo Zua reaches core formation. Chapter 863, Luo Zua reaches core formation. The news that Yuji Sanran had gathered a group of people quickly reached Chen Mobai's ears. Although the participants could not be identified due to their oath, this group began purchasing various elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts in Baiyuan City. According to local tradition, it was easy to guess that they were going to form a team to descend into the cave. As Chen Mobai had predicted, this group of people began to leave Baiyuan City one after another, and went to Yunmeng Marsh through the teleportation array that the five-element sect had set up throughout the eastern wilderness. Master, do you need me to come along? After Yuji Sanran left Baiyuan City, Luo Yixuan reported to Chen Mobai and asked him questions. This matter may involve demonic cultivators, and I don't know what kind of path they take. I'd better go there myself. Chen Mobai was a cautious person, and after thinking about it, he was somewhat worried that Luo Yixuan's strength was not enough. After all, Granny Ming had said that there were still quite a few demonic cultivators hiding in the three border regions of the eastern continent. Her Moonflower Blade was obtained by exchanging it with a cultivator from the Jade Mirror demonic sect at a trade fair in the desolate ruins. Although Chen Mobai had already cleared out the eastern wilderness, no one knew whether there were still hidden dangers in the vast Yunmeng Marsh. Yes, master. Luo Yixuan nodded after hearing this, and then suggested that since her master was of noble status and always needed someone to serve him, she might as well go with him. No need, I need to ask another fellow Taoist for help. However, Chen Mobai shook his head and refused, and Baiyuan City also needed a core formation cultivator to oversee the situation. After leaving a disappointed Luo Yixuan to guard the house, Chen Mobai did not go to Yunmeng's first, but instead went to Tianpeng Mountain. Your water mirror reflection technique can really shine in Yunmeng Marsh. Qingnu was very happy to hear that Chen Mobai wanted to take her out for a stroll. Just then, the devouring serpent stopped absorbing spiritual energy and entered a stable state of slumber. After Qingnu put the devouring serpent into her spirit beast pouch, she followed Chen Mobai out with an expectant look on her face. After all, she has only gone out a handful of times since arriving in the eastern wilderness. Wind and Rain Dock. Yuji Sanran, being the last to arrive, discussed the details of the operation with Hong before entering the agreed-upon cave dwelling. There are already 6 foundation establishment cultivators inside. After exchanging greetings, the group gathered in 2s and 3s to chat. Soon after, the remaining foundation establishment cultivators who were purchasing the last supplies at Fengyuwu also arrived. Hong was the second to last to arrive. After entering, he pretended to be very aloof and sat directly in a corner. After everyone had arrived, Yuji Sanran distributed the battle flags. This is the Heavenly Strike Cloud water formation they are going to practice together. If so many of them, as foundation establishment cultivators, work together, they can break through even some powerful third-order restrictions. Because the drills at Fengyuwu would be too noisy, they decided to find a secluded body of water in Yunmeng's. Places like this are everywhere here. We'll go to this great Zhai Island. 300 miles below the surface of the water, there's an ancient teleportation array. After passing through it, we can reach our target, the water mansion. We can practice our formation there. Yu Jai Sanren explained his arrangements, and everyone nodded in agreement, indicating that there were no problems. Just as they got up, preparing to leave together, suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to rise and surge with an abnormally violent fluctuation. Everyone was startled and immediately rushed out of the cave. Then beams of pure, rich, aquamarine spiritual energy, like rays of light, surged toward a tower at the very center of the wind and rain dock. At the top of the tower, a powerful energy fluctuation spread out continuously, eventually transforming into a torrent waterfall that swept across the heavens and earth, condensing and absorbing the water elemental energy surging from all around. Faintly visible, a glittering golden light shimmered in the center of the waterfall. This is core formation. The Foundation establishment cultivators who participated in this operation were mostly eager to form their core formation. Some of them had even read about core formation in the library of Baiyuan City and recognized what was going on at a glance, which greatly surprised them. I heard that Vice Hall Master Luo of the Five Elements Sect's Hall of Rewards and Benevolence cultivates the heavenly waterfall technique and also exchanged for a core formation spiritual item more than 2 years ago. It must be her who has formed her core. Among the group, Xiang Ziyuan, the only Foundation establishment cultivator from the eastern wilderness, couldn't help but sigh with envy upon seeing this scene. Judging from the momentum and the scene, it's clear that the core formation has been successfully completed. The heavenly tribulation will come immediately after the core formation. To be on the safe side, the Five Elements sect may close the teleportation array at Wind and Rain Dock. Let's leave here before the heavenly tribulation. Seeing this scene, Yuji Sanren was very envious, but he calmly analyzed the current situation and offered a suggestion. It won't make a difference if we wait a while. Not everyone has the chance to witness the formation of the core. I think we should wait until after the heavenly tribulation before going to Dajai Island. However, Xiang Ziyuan raised objections, and his opinion quickly gained the support of many people. It is only because the Five Elements sect is currently powerful, and because sect leader Chen is kind-hearted, that they have the opportunity to observe cultivators from major sects forming their cores. Before the unification of the eastern wilderness, when cultivators from major sects formed their cores, they would first activate the mountain protecting formation, and then invite out all cultivators within 100 miles who did not belong to their sect. Anyone who dares to disobey will be turned into a corpse on the spot. In that case, let's wait a little longer. Yu Jai Sanren cursed inwardly, but she knew that these Foundation establishment cultivators who were determined to form their core would not leave once they encountered a scene of a cultivator forming their core. She could only go with the flow. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiang Ziyuan headed towards the central market of Fengyuwu, wanting to get closer to the tower and see it more clearly. The other Foundation establishment cultivators, not to be outdone, immediately followed suit and left as well. To avoid being noticed, Hong exchanged a glance with Yuji Sanren and followed the main group. Upon arriving at the central market of Fengyuwu, they discovered that the area was under martial law. Although Chen Mobai's new policies after taking over the Five Elements sect were more humane, he still maintained a bottom line regarding matters like the formation of the core formation of his own cultivators. Centered on the tower, a fourth-order grand formation has been activated. Nujiang, the master of Fengyuwu, personally led the disciples of the water veins to guard it, preventing Luo Zuer from being disturbed by external demons when she forms her core. Even so, everyone could still observe extremely rich spiritual energy from all directions converging towards the top of the tower in the market. After being swept up and absorbed by the celestial waterfall formed by spiritual energy, it was injected into that point of brilliant golden light, making it more and more dazzling. During this process, dark clouds began to appear in the sky, with streaks of crimson fire and lightning flashing within them, as if fire dragons and thunder snakes were rolling around, emanating a terrifying pressure that made all Foundation establishment cultivators tremble with fear. Is this the heavenly tribulation? Even the cultivators of the Five Elements water vein in Fengyuwu were seeing this scene for the first time. Jai Guanhai and the other person who had previously taken the water element golden core had not even been able to successfully condense their golden cores, so the heavenly tribulation could not be triggered. Seeing this scene, the Nujiang River below the tower showed a hint of relief in its eyes, but its face showed a slight sigh. He was gratified that Luo Zuer had achieved core formation, giving the water vein another successor, but he lamented that neither Luo Zuer nor Luo Yixuan were from his wind and rain dock. However, they are all from the Five Elements sect. Nujiang comforted itself in this way. Hong, who witnessed this scene from the distant market, was once again filled with regret for why he had chosen to cultivate demonic arts. If he were still in the Five Elements sect, the one who successfully formed his core and triggered the heavenly tribulation would be him. No, he should have successfully formed his core 20 years ago. But there's no going back in life, so Han could only seize the moment and carefully observed Luo Zuer's various strange phenomena. After all, they are all water-based cultivation methods for forming the core, so they must have something in common. He recalled Chen Mobai's insights on forming the golden core in the new river, and Luo Zuer also cultivated the heavenly waterfall technique. By comparing these insights with his own understanding, he began to grasp some of the parts he hadn't understood before. Soon after, the waterfall at the top of the tower suddenly expanded several times, like a torrent flowing backwards towards heaven and earth, sweeping away the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth all around. Then the heavens and earth roared. A long, crimson rainbow of flames, like a crimson sword descending from the sky, pierced into the celestial waterfall in an instant. The fierce clash between water and fire immediately triggered a terrifying shockwave in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. All the Foundation establishment cultivators who witnessed this scene turned pale. If they had faced this heavenly tribulation directly, they would probably have been reduced to charcoal by the crimson sword of the heavenly tribulation in an instant, but Luo Zuer withstood it with her heavenly waterfall technique. But this was only the first strike. Next, dark red divine lightning bolts like laser beams crisscrossed and crashed down on the graceful female cultivator at the top of the tower. Han clenched his fists, worried about Luo Zuer. But soon, Luo Zuer took out a piece of black cloth, infused it with spiritual power, and blocked all the Bing Fire divine lightning. Among the disciples of the Five Elements sect who have reached the Foundation establishment stage, Luo Zuer has the greatest chance of success. After all, she has achieved the golden core of the outer path and the golden core of the water element, which is nearly 50%. Moreover, she also has some merits from opening up the Mo River in Zhao County. Therefore, Chen Mobai asked her to go to Tianping Mountain, before going into seclusion to borrow a tribulation-crossing artifact from Qing Nu. In this way, after Luo Zuer achieves core formation, she will also owe Qing Nu a favor. Using the sacrificial incantation taught by Qing Nu, Luo Zuer unleashed 50% of the power of the black cloth, easily passing her core formation tribulation. As the last crimson flame sword and the Bing Fire divine lightning were blocked, the dark clouds in the sky turned into a torrential downpour and finally dissipated. Core formation successful. Realizing this, the disciples of the Five Elements water cult became even more devoted to their sect. Luo Zuer's success means that they also have the opportunity to potentially reach the core formation stage. Outsiders like Xiang Ziyuan looked on with envy. If they were disciples of the Five Elements sect, they wouldn't need to risk their lives to go down into the cave as a team. End of this chapter. Chapter 864, Ancient Teleportation Array. Chapter 864, Ancient Teleportation Array. Chen Mobai brought King Nu to Nangxi Market in Yun County, intending to use the teleportation array there to travel to Fengyuwu. However, they discovered that the teleportation array at Wind and Rain Dock was shut down. If that side is shut down, then the information from Nangxi Fangxi will not be able to be transmitted. Chen Mobai went to another market town in Yun County, only to find the same thing. He quickly figured out the reason. It must be that Luo Zuer has reached the core formation stage, and Nujiang is afraid of accidents, so they closed the wind and rain dock. Thinking of this, he wasn't in a hurry. He simply rode the Tei-5 smoke silk, carrying Qing Nu directly towards the wind and rain dock. At his current speed, it would only take him a few days to fly from Yun County to there. When Nu Jiang received the message from Chen Mobai saying that he was at the door, he was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. "Sect leader, why didn't you give me any advance notice before you came here?" Nu Jiang welcomed the two in with a solemn expression. After all, in the local people's minds, the movement of a nascent soul meant that something earth-shattering was about to happen. In any case, Nu Jiang did not believe that Chen Mobai would make a special trip to Fengyuwu for Luo Zuer's core formation. There's something that might involve demonic cultivators. Chen Mobai didn't hide anything and told Nu Jiang about Yuji Sanren gathering a group of people to come to Yunmeng's. Nu Jiang was shocked when he heard this and immediately called in the disciple in charge of recording the medium-sized teleportation array in Fengyuwu. I quickly found the records of Yuji Sanren and his group. After Luo Zuer formed her core, they teleported to a place called Dajai Island, where there was a second-grade high-quality spiritual vein. So the 5 Elements sect opened a market there and set up a small teleportation array. Nu Jiang immediately sent his disciples to investigate, and soon detailed information came back. After arriving at Dajai Island, Yuji Sanren and his group of Foundation establishment cultivators immediately left. Several of them, having displayed their Foundation establishment cultivation, were noticed by the island's disciples, who discovered that they were heading south towards the water. "Junior brother sect leader, leave this matter to me. I will personally lead a team to investigate." Nu Jiang volunteered, having guarded Yunmeng's for nearly 200 years and knowing the area inside and out. "This matter involves demonic cultivators, so it would be safer for me to take action." Chen Mobai shook his head. They've already been this cautious. How could they give up halfway? At this moment, Nu Jiang also spoke up and shared the good news that Luo Zuer had successfully formed her core. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was also very happy. Because Luo Zuer was still consolidating her cultivation, he didn't disturb her. After leaving a few words, he took Qing Nu and went to Dajai Island first. Unfortunately, the Yunmeng Marsh is vast and boundless, making it like finding a needle in a haystack to locate 11 Foundation establishment cultivators here. Fortunately, we had their approximate location of departure, as well as the longevity cult's powerful technique, water mirror reflection. Qing Nu is a true genius. In order to catch up with Chen Mobai as much as possible, she has worked very hard in her cultivation. She has already mastered the 5 great arts of the longevity sect. A pool of abyssal true water appeared in her snow-white palm, like a halo. After being aligned with the direction, it quickly used the omnipresent water vapor in the void to reflect all things in the world within 100 miles, revealing every detail. Chen Mobai entered the realm of the square-inch book, analyzing these reflections in the shortest amount of time, and finding several places with unusual spiritual energy or underwater features. He used his void walk ability to investigate one by one, and found that 2 of the places were hidden by demonic beasts. After clearing them away, he came to the 3rd place and found a relatively precious 3rd-tier narcissus herb, which was guarded by a 2nd-tier demonic beast, which he had naturally turned into a ghost. An unexpected bonus. After returning to King Nu's side, Chen Mobai handed her the 3rd-tier narcissus herb, which she placed into the pure yang cauldron with a look of delight. Isn't Yunmeng Marsh supposed to be a place where cultivators and demonic beasts are constantly at war? How come there are such good medicinal herbs here? King Nu didn't quite understand why she could find 3rd-tier herbs just by going out. That's normal. Yunmeng Marsh is too big, equivalent to the entire eastern wilderness and eastern Wu combined. Although there are quite a few cultivators in the 2 regions combined, compared to this place, they are just a drop in the ocean. At most, they can only occupy some key spirit islands and develop the surrounding water resources. That is precisely why, if the demonic beasts hadn't gone berserk and attacked on their own initiative, neither of the two domains would have been able to completely eliminate all the demonic beasts hidden in the Yunmeng Marsh in the past. Therefore, there are still many resources similar to daffodils growing beneath the water's surface. This is one of the advantages of the Heavenly River realm over the immortal sect. As long as one is willing to work hard, even an ordinary cultivator can find rare and precious materials and change their life. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, Qing Nu nodded, and then immediately used the water mirror reflection technique again to begin exploring the next 100 miles. This time, they indeed discovered 2 different precious medicinal herbs, as well as a group of crocodile turtle monsters. Chen Mobai used the Yuan Yang sword aura, which produced the least disturbance. A streak of orange-red light burst out from the sword box, fell into the water, and flickered back and forth several times before silently cutting all the demonic beasts into pieces. Could we be heading in the wrong direction? After 3 consecutive attempts to reflect the image in the water mirror, without finding any movement from Yuji Sanran's group, King Nu hesitated before speaking. Let's keep looking. If all else fails, we'll investigate more thoroughly after they return to Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that he hadn't originally planned to take action, but rather to let the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect handle the matter after verifying Yuji Sanran's identity as a demonic cultivator. After listening, King Nu nodded gently. On the 4th time he used the water mirror reflection, Chen Mobai analyzed the reflections of heaven and earth in the water using the square-inch book, and finally discovered an unusual distortion on the water's surface. He immediately used his ability to walk through the air and arrived above the water. They quickly discovered an illusion array beneath the water's surface. After using their insightful eyes, they soon realized that the illusion array concealed a teleportation array. After confirming that no one was inside the illusion array, he stepped inside. At the hub of the teleportation array, there were still a few unused spirit stones lying around, clearly indicating that someone had just used it. Chen Mobai immediately used the sound of the empty valley to listen to the residual void energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, the voice of the empty valley obviously cannot directly hear what is happening on the other side through the teleportation array. To find out where Yuji Sanran and the others went through this teleportation array, the only option is to activate it and follow them. A short while later, King Nu also arrived. Should we teleport? When Qing Nu said this, she seemed eager to try it out. In her opinion, since her Taoist partner was a nascent soul cultivator, there was no place in this region that he couldn't go. Let's be cautious. After all, the longevity sect once existed here, and even a cultivator like the One Yuan true monarch who ascended to immortality emerged from here. If the other side of the teleportation array is a cave left behind by these beings, it's still possible that we could fall into their trap. Chen Mobai was able to cultivate to this level entirely because of his composure. Even though he had already reached the nascent soul realm, he still took out the formless puppet to test the waters first. Besides his own, he even gave King Nu a formless doll. Given his current status in the immortal sect, he only needs to make 1 phone call to collect materials for refining the formless puppet. As for the most difficult bionic materials, Wenren Zuwei put aside everything she was doing and prepared them for him immediately after hearing about them. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai had extra Wuxiang dolls to give to Meng Huinger. Of course, besides using the formless puppet himself, he also wanted to try and see if he could upgrade the puppet to the 4th tier. This was, after all, Qi Yucheng's lifelong wish, and now that he had the ability, he was determined to give it a try. The new formless puppets that Chen Mobai crafted are somewhat different from the originals. He also incorporated some of Yan Xinji's understanding of puppetry. However, completing the theory of 4th-order puppets within the framework of the knowledge and materials of the immortal sect is still a long and arduous task. The formless puppet given to Qing Nu can be considered Chen Mobai's pinnacle of puppetry. Apart from materials that are irreplaceable by the immortal sects, such as bionics, everything else that can be replaced by high-level materials from here has been upgraded. Moreover, the puppet's energy core is a top-grade spirit stone. After Qing Nu divided her mind and took over the body, she felt that the power that this formless puppet could exert was actually more powerful than her own body. Once both of them were ready, they activated the teleportation array. Soon, the two puppet avatars were bathed in a silver light, but after the teleportation light disappeared, they remained standing in the same spot. Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene. Under Qing Nu's questioning gaze, he remained calm and used the Fangkun book to thoroughly examine the teleportation array from beginning to end. He quickly discovered the problem. It turns out that this teleportation array can only transport those below the core formation stage. No wonder the group led by Yuji Sanrin consisted entirely of Foundation establishment cultivators. Having understood this, Chen Mobai quickly came up with a solution. He removed the top-grade spirit stone from the puppet's core and replaced it with a mid-grade spirit stone. Now there are only fluctuations in qi. King Nu followed suit, and of course, they also brought their top-grade spirit stones with them, intending to change them after they were teleported over. The teleportation array was activated again, and in the silver light, the two puppet bodies finally disappeared before their eyes. After passing through the teleportation array, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu found themselves in an underwater world. A huge, transparent light shield, resembling a hemisphere, enveloped the area, but instead of blocking the water flow, it locked away the vast and boundless spiritual energy within. Chen Mobai gently moved the puppet's body and felt the resistance of the water flow. He activated the scanning function of the formless puppet, and soon the screen showed a scene of schools of fish swimming around all kinds of colorful corals. The water here is very clear, and under the shimmering coral it looks like there are rainbows. They were now at the edge of the light shield, and at the center they could see rows of incredibly luxurious golden palaces. The spiritual energy here is actually at the 5th level. At this moment, Qing Nu also used the built-in function of the formless puppet to check the spiritual energy value, and was greatly surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 865, Discovering the Truth. Bonus chapter for 18,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 865, Discovering the Truth. Bonus chapter for 18,000 monthly tickets. In the entire Eastern Wilderness, only the One Yuan secret realm can be considered a fifth-order realm. So when Qing Nu tested his spiritual energy level, Chen Mobai guessed where he was. Huanglong Cave. That teleportation array allows free entry and exit from this place. In his shock, Chen Mobai quickly realized the limitations of the teleportation array, which could only teleport those below the core formation stage. In an instant, he recalled his experience of fighting against monsters on Qingguang Island when he first arrived in the Eastern Wilderness. During that great tide, a demonic beast that had broken through to the 3rd rank suddenly appeared, destroying the market formation outside Fengyuwu and wreaking havoc, slaughtering countless cultivators. Thinking back now, they must have left through that ancient teleportation array, then hidden themselves away, cultivated to the 3rd level, and then organized the many demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh to attack the market and wipe out the remaining forces of the Eastern Wilderness cultivators. At this moment, Chen Mobai was also relieved that the ancient teleportation array could only teleport those below the core formation stage. If the poison dragon could also freely enter and exit, he would definitely not be able to grow up in the Eastern Wilderness. After sharing her guess with Qing Nu, she was also greatly surprised to learn that this was the territory of a 4th-tier demon beast. Only then did she understand why Chen Mobai remained so cautious even after achieving nascent soul stage. The Celestial River realm is indeed extremely dangerous. The two quickly replaced the top-grade spirit stone with the new one, and only after the formless puppet gained the power of the core formation level did they feel a little more at ease. But if that poisonous dragon discovers it, it still won't be enough. So they activated the stealth mode to 100%, and then activated the surface environmental mimicry function, causing the shapeless doll to suddenly become transparent, as if it had merged into the water. They moved like two streams of water, silently passing over the coral reefs and swimming schools of fish, without being noticed by any of the fish. Because they could clearly see traces of Yuji Sanrin and his group who had just entered not long ago, they stealthily made their way towards a golden palace on the east side. During this process, a sense of unease also flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. He never expected that Yuji Sanrin's purpose in leading this group of Foundation establishment cultivators was actually here, and he didn't know how she discovered this ancient teleportation array. Is it simply a matter of sheer audacity, a desire to obtain treasures and opportunities from the Yellow Dragon Cave? Or is there a demonic cultivator orchestrating this, intending to release this fourth-tier poisonous dragon that has been sealed away for hundreds of years? If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter, then they're definitely after the Five Elements sect. After all, once the fourth-tier poison dragon is born, the first to be affected will be the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu, which border Yunmeng's. Although the Five Elements sect is not incapable of resisting with its current strength, it will undoubtedly result in the loss of many disciples and even endanger the lower-class people along the coast. This is unacceptable to Chen Mobai, who is about to implement the rules. If the demonic cultivator truly harbors such intentions, he might just have to show the people here the methods of pure Yang demon refining. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, the Wuxiang puppet also sent out a signal discovering traces of Yuji Sanrin and others in front of a golden palace in the distance. They were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu stopped in their tracks. The latter immediately used the water mirror to observe their every move. The Foundation establishment cultivators, including Yuji Sanrin, were examining a stone tablet at the palace entrance. The tablet was covered with various runes and emitted a faint light. They surrounded the stone tablet, seemingly trying to decipher the inscriptions on it. Every now and then, someone would take out a jade slip and compare it with the runes on the tablet. Chen Mobai's heart skipped a beat, realizing that they must have been deceived. Unaware that this was the Yellow Dragon Cave, they thought they had entered a water palace left behind by a powerful being, and were trying to break the restrictions to open the palace gate. This is normal, after all. These Foundation establishment cultivators have probably only enjoyed the third-tier spiritual veins at most. Although they feel that the spiritual energy in the Yellow Dragon Cave is a bit too rich, they think it should only be the upper-grade fourth tier. Chen Mobai did not see Hong among the group of people. At this moment, a bearded Foundation establishment cultivator raised a talisman in his hand and aimed it at the stone tablet, clearly preparing to break the seal. This behavior is undoubtedly very dangerous. Although it is unknown why no powerful demonic beasts have appeared yet, once the restriction is broken by violent means, the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emitted will definitely alert the poison dragon. But after thinking it over carefully, Chen Mobai felt it was better to remain inactive. He also wanted to see just how cunning this poisonous dragon, considered the greatest threat to the Eastern Wilderness and Eastern Wu, really was. After all, he and Qingnu were merely two puppet bodies who came here. Even if the loss is here, it's just a wisp of divine consciousness. No one knew the origin of the bearded man's talisman, but after it landed on the stone tablet, the runes began to change, and the light gradually dimmed. A moment later, the gate of the Golden Palace opened a crack. Yuji Sanrin and the others were overjoyed. After discussing it, they left two people to guard outside, while the rest of them began to walk into the palace. Chen Mobai and Qingnu waited outside for a long time, but they didn't see them come out. The two Foundation establishment cultivators guarding outside also sensed something was wrong. The agreed time had already passed. They took out a communication talisman, intending to make contact. But after the message talisman entered the crack in the palace door, there was no response. The two hesitated for a moment, then decided to abandon their plan and head towards the ancient teleportation array, clearly intending to retreat. As expected of locals, they were able to remain calm even at a time like this. Chen Mobai couldn't help but admire. King Nu split the perspective of the water mirror reflection in two, one side pointing at the palace gate and the other at the two people. But she soon discovered a thorny issue. The ancient teleportation array they used to enter couldn't be activated from here. In other words, it can only come in from the outside in one direction. That doesn't make sense. If that's the case, how did the monsters in Huanglong Cave get out? To Chen Mobai's surprise and dismay, the two Foundation establishment cultivators returned with ashen faces. A short while later, Hong and two other Foundation establishment cultivators arrived. It turned out that they had split into two groups, but the palace they had gone to could not be opened, so they had returned. Yuji Sanrin must know how to get out of there. We still need to find her. Hong suddenly spoke, instantly causing the expressions of the remaining four Foundation establishment cultivators to change slightly. Just to be on the safe side, they wanted to search the area again, but they quickly turned pale and retreated. Two powerful demonic energies were flying towards this place, clearly at the third tier. They would definitely be no match for a third-tier being. In desperation, the palace behind them became a glimmer of hope. Without further hesitation, everyone followed Hong and entered the room. Chen Mobai realized at this moment that Yuji Sanrin had brought this group of people here because he wanted them to enter the palace. What's inside? Just as he was filled with doubt, the two third-tier demonic energies finally arrived in front of the palace. One was a one-horned, half-humanoid demon beast, while the other was actually a cultivator. Chen Mobai was surprised to see the cultivator. Because he knew him as Zhu Yun from Yu Rai Hai. What is she doing here? Is the sunbathing sea about to unleash a poisonous dragon? Chen Mobai quickly realized this, and his murderous intent instantly arose. Just then, two figures flew out from the crack in the Golden Palace door and landed in front of Zhu Yun. They were Yu Jai San Ren and Hong He. When they saw Zhu Yun and the demon beast, they all bowed respectfully. Yu Jai Sanren, Master Zhu, these Foundation establishment cultivators were selected according to your requirements. They are people who practice yin water attribute cultivation techniques. After listening, Zhu Yun nodded expressionlessly, then handed a bottle of spiritual liquid to Yu Jai Sanren. The latter took it, opened it, and his face lit up with joy. Thank you, Master Zhu. My junior brother and I will take our leave now. After saying this, Yu Jai Sanren glanced warily at the one-horned, half-humanoid monster beside Zhu Yun, and without any hesitation, turned and left with Hong He. Zhu Yun watched their retreating figures, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. However, in order to build mutual trust, she had previously made a vow to ensure their safety for the next year and to never lay a hand on them. But it doesn't matter. A year from now, I can just find a junior brother to get rid of these two. Master Zhu, let's get started. Your godfather has been waiting for a long time. When Yuji Sanrin and the other person left, the one-horned, half-humanoid monster finally spoke. After the essence, energy, and spirit of these Foundation establishment cultivators are refined by the Great Formation, some of the power of the Fire Rebirth Seal can be broken. Please do not forget what your Majesty promised when the time comes. Zhu Yun spoke, then raised his hand, about to slap the stone tablet at the entrance of the Golden Palace. But at that moment, a golden beam of light slashed down, forcing Zhu Yun to take action to block it first. Who is it? Zhu Yun stared coldly at the two hidden figureless puppets. After making her move, the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy could no longer be concealed. Master Zhu, do you intend to become an enemy of my five-element sect? Chen Mobai manifested his form as a figureless puppet, his eyes sharp. How could you possibly be here? Zhu Yun was taken aback when she saw Chen Mobai appear, but she quickly realized something was wrong. It's just a puppet incarnation. At this moment, the one-horned, half-humanoid monster had already taken out a serpent spear and stood confidently and arrogantly in front of Chen Mobai and Qing Nu. Master Zhu, go ahead and break the seal. Leave these two to me. The one-horned, half-humanoid demon beast was the adopted son of the poisoned dragon. It had refined a drop of the latter's essence blood, and its cultivation was so powerful that even Zhu Yun dared not underestimate it. "Then I'll trouble you." After hearing this, Zhu Yun was about to check the strength of Chen Mobai's puppet avatar when she suddenly noticed a faint white light flashing past the monster's body. Then the monster, along with the serpent spear in its hand, was smoothly split in two. Blood and entrails were spilled all over the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 866, Killing Zhu Yun. Chapter 866, Killing Zhu Yun. This newly crafted formless puppet was custom-made for Chen Mobai, and it is capable of reaching the peak of the core formation stage. Under the control of his nascent soul-level divine sense, he could use this spiritual power to perform fourth-order techniques. This move, Extreme Yang Slash, is based on the Yang fire of the Great Sun, and combined with the newly mastered Sword Fiend Thunder sound, it is nearly half the strength of his nascent soul body. After instantly killing the monster with this move, Chen Mobai looked at the energy bar in the upper right corner of the screen and found that 17% of it had been used up. Suddenly, he felt that even the best spirit stones were not enough. However, the impact it created was quite impressive. At least Zhu Yun on the other side was already trembling. "Surrender and I'll spare your life," Chen Mobai said calmly, thinking about how to confirm the collusion between Yu Rai Hai and the demonic cultivators, so that the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect could use this as a reason to deal with the White Crow ancestor. "Sect leader Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. I'm only here on my master's orders to reinforce the seal of the Yellow Dragon Cave. It has been a long time, and my master is very worried that the poisonous dragon will escape and wreak havoc on the world." Seeing the monster's corpse cut in two before him, Zhu Yun knew clearly that if he had faced this extreme Yang Slash, he would have met the same fate. So, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately began to defend himself. "Reinforce the seal. From what I'm hearing from your conversation with this monster, it seems like you're planning to join forces to break the seal." Chen Mobai spoke sarcastically, and Zhu Yun shook her head repeatedly, indicating that it was because the demon beast had been deceived by her, and that was precisely why she was able to enter this place. However, even Zhu Yun himself did not believe such words, and only hoped that Chen Mobai would take Beiwu ancestor into consideration. As she spoke, she pondered how to find a way to survive. "I also saw you colluding with two demonic cultivators to lure the cultivators under the jurisdiction of my Beiyuan city here." At this moment, Chen Mobai pointed to the Golden Palace, whose doors had been closed, and said something that made Zhu Yun's pupils widen. "A demonic cultivator, how is that possible?" Zhu Yun was completely unaware that Yu Jai Sanren and Hong He had cultivated demonic arts. Her mind raced with thoughts, and she suddenly realized that Chen Mobai might have discovered her long ago and deliberately wanted her to become involved with demonic cultivators, which was why he waited until now to make his move. In the Eastern continent, everyone knows what happens if you get involved with demonic cultivators. At that moment, an unprecedented fear surged in Zhu Yun's heart. If that's really the case, the first person to kill me would probably be the White Crow ancestor. Under these circumstances, Zhu Yun made a decision instantly. Her knees buckled and she bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. "Sect leader Chen, I did not know that those two were demonic cultivators. I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life." Seeing this, Chen Mobai spoke with an icy calm. "I'll ask you answer." Zhu Yun, yes, sect leader Chen, please ask. I will answer to the best of my knowledge." "Chen Mobai, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Zhu Yun dared not fabricate any more lies. "I came here to break the fire seal set by my master and release that poisonous dragon." "Chen Mobai, is this something you're going to do, or did the White Crow ancestor order you to do it?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yun hesitated for a moment. At this moment, Qing Nu, riding the formless puppet, extracted the inner core from the monster's corpse, and then processed the skin, flesh, scales, and other parts one by one, cutting them apart. Upon seeing this, Zhu Yun immediately said, "Before I left, I made a vow of Dao Heart." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai understood her implication. Because of her vow, She couldn't admit that it was the White Crow ancestor who made her do this, but saying it would confirm Chen Mobai's guess. Next, he asked some questions about the seal, the cave, and how she instructed Yuji Sanran to collude with the demon beasts. Zhu Yun answered each question in detail, not daring to conceal anything. This is the place where the White Crow ancestor set up the seal, and it is also one of the 3 entrances to the Yellow Dragon Cave. There are 2 other similar places, one of which is Fengyu. Another one is in Eastern Wu, which is controlled by the Sun family. If any of these 3 entrances is open, the 4th-tier poison dragon can emerge. After Zhu Yun secretly arrived at Yunming's, it took him quite a while to find this place. After entering, he tried to break the seal, but found that the seal contained the residual power of 2 other nascent soul cultivators. If she forcibly breaks the fire seal left by the White Crow ancestor, she will suffer a backlash from the other 2 nascent soul powers. That's why she came up with this method, finding 9 suitable scapegoats to bear the backlash. In the past 2 years, her constant attempts have alarmed the interior of Huanglong Cave. A long time ago, she was sent out by the poison dragon ancestor, and a godson who was hiding in Yunming's came looking for her. After the 2 fought, they quickly reached a consensus. The agreement stipulated that if Zhu Yun opened the seal, the poison dragon ancestor would give her a bottle of azure cold water, a kind of spiritual water that could greatly enhance a cultivator's spiritual sense. It required the fusion of pure spiritual energy from a 5th-order water vein and the essence of the earth, and could only be nurtured over 10,000 years. If Zhu Yun could obtain a bottle, he might be able to possess the divine sense of the nascent soul realm even at the core formation stage. Very well. I originally thought we could get along amicably with you, Sunbathing Sea, but I never expected to be met with such a vicious scheme. It seems that only bloodshed can bring peace. After confirming his suspicions, Chen Mobai's killing intent surged. At this moment, the 5 Elements sect's next strategic plan already had a clear objective. Sect leader Chen, I know everything about Golden Crow Immortal City. You spared my life. It will surely be of great use to me. Facing Chen Mobai, Zhu Yun knew that if she didn't demonstrate any useful value, she would probably be nothing more than a corpse after the interrogation. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, I need you to live to confirm that Yu Rai Hai is colluding with the demonic cultivators. Chen Mobai said something that chilled Zhu Yun to the bone, but she still tried her best to survive. Sect leader Chen, I swear I really didn't know those 2 were demonic cultivators. Even if the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect came, they would only punish me for cooperating with demonic cultivators. It wouldn't cause any harm to my master or Yu Rai Hai. At most, they would take action against me to clean up my sect. Zhu Yun began to analyze for Chen Mobai, saying that it was unrealistic to use her to smear the White Crow ancestor with demonic cultivators and get the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect to take action, because the source of the evidence could not be traced back to her. You really don't know, Chen Mobai frowned upon hearing this. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yun immediately raised his right hand and swore an oath to the heavens. Seeing this scene, Chen Mobai's mood soured considerably. However, he quickly came up with a solution. If you live, you can prove that Ancestor Beiwu has no connection with demonic cultivators, but if you die, then there will be no way to prove it. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhu Yun's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that this renowned and honest gentleman from the eastern wilderness would come up with such a ruthless method. Sect leader Chen, there is a 5th-order grand formation in Golden Crow Immortal City. If you spare my life and let me return, I can help you close the grand formation and open the city gates when your sect leads a large army here in the future. Zhu Yun kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy, but Chen Mobai remained unmoved. Given the locals' personality, they wouldn't trust anyone but themselves. Chen Mobai didn't think that Zhu Yun would have been able to shut down the 5th-order grand formation when the White Crow ancestor was stationed in the Golden Crow Immortal City. Moreover, Zhu Yun, as a cultivator who has reached the peak of core formation, is the most likely person in the Sun Bathing Sea to form a nascent soul. If she is allowed to return, and if she succeeds in forming a nascent soul in the future, the humiliation of kneeling and begging for mercy today will surely drive her to seek revenge by any means necessary. A faint white light began to appear, and upon seeing this, Zhu Yunyu's face turned crimson. She, who had been begging for mercy, unleashed her most powerful strength, and a crimson flying sword flew out of her mouth like a rainbow, heading straight for Chen Mobai's face. A grain of rice can be a beacon of light. Chen Mobai raised the right hand of the formless puppet without changing his expression. With the extreme consumption of the top-grade spirit stone, the brilliant five-colored primordial true qi was also generated. Under Zhu Yun's desperate gaze, her natal flying sword was directly pinched between the puppet's index and middle fingers, and the sun-bathing true qi poured into the flying sword was instantly dissipated into the purest fire spiritual energy. What kind of puppet is this? It actually managed to unleash the power of a nascent soul-level cultivator. In Zhu Yun's view, the Wuxiang puppet that used the extreme Yang Slash and Hunyuan True Qi in succession was undoubtedly a fourth-level puppet technique. The famous longevity wood dragon of the five elements sect was not like this. Zhu Yun took out another talisman, which shimmered with silver light and was about to cover her and teleport her away. With the other fingertip of Chen Mobai's formless puppet, he gathered the power of the void into a sharp blade and cut open Zhu Yun's last hope, the heavenly escape talisman. As your Emperor's Tao child, spare my life. I possess a secret dual cultivation technique that can bring you pleasure. With nowhere to escape, Zhu Yun reached out to take off her palace dress, revealing a section of her snow-white shoulder, when she suddenly felt an invisible stream of water surge up and bind her tightly. She struggled, but suddenly noticed a bright drop of water in front of her, and a very dangerous feeling welled up in her heart. At the critical moment of life and death, she used a desperate secret technique, burning her own essence and blood. A stream of crimson jade energy surged from her body, helping her break free from the bindings of the azure water heavenly net before the dripping water sword pierced through her purple mansion sea of consciousness. However, the dripping sword still grazed her delicate cheek, leaving a deep, bone-revealing cut that instantly disfigured her beautiful face. It was at this moment that Zhu Yun discovered that the one who made the move was another female puppet. This was the first time Qing Nu had ever felt such a strong urge to kill. She seduced her own Taoist partner right in front of her. I've never seen such a slut. King Di Daozi. Just as Zhu Yun was about to beg for mercy again, Chen Mobai activated the extreme Yang Slash without hesitation and severed her head. After killing him, Chen Mobai only regretted not killing him sooner. These female cultivators here are shameless. King Nu looked at Zhu Yun's corpse and spat. End of this chapter. Chapter 867, Returning to Baiyuan City. Chapter 867, Returning to Baiyuan City. Yes, this is the first time I've ever seen such a shameless person. Chen Mobai immediately echoed Qing Nu's words, feeling utterly contemptuous of Zhu Yun. You're supposed to be a cultivator at the peak of core formation, yet you resort to using your beauty to seduce someone. Don't you know you're known as a gentleman here? I'll go check on the people inside the palace. To avoid King Nu from overthinking, Chen Mobai immediately pointed to the Golden Palace not far away. Upon approaching, he discovered that the restrictions here were left by 3 nascent soul cultivators, and even with his strength, he was unable to break them. Chen Mobai examined them carefully and found that all the restrictions were of the 5 elements, and he only needed to use his Hunyuan True Qi to melt them. However, because the Hunyuan True Qi that this formless puppet can activate is limited, it may take some time. Inside the palace, the Foundation Establishment cultivators who were tricked into entering by Yuji Sanran were bound by crimson chains and imprisoned in 9 different locations. Their wrists were slashed, and blood flowed continuously to the ground, drawn by the prearranged array towards a crimson jade tablet. At this point, they all realized that they had been used by Yuji Sanran and were merely sacrifices to break the seal. Some people wailed and cursed, some were disheartened, and some had closed their eyes in despair, waiting to die. Fellow Taoists, Please conserve your energy. Perhaps some righteous cultivators will discover this place and rescue us soon. The only cultivator from the eastern wilderness, Xiang Ziyuan, still held a sliver of hope and tried to persuade the four people who were cursing him. This isn't the eastern lands. Where would you find the righteous path? Upon hearing this, Miao Yibao, a foundation establishment cultivator from eastern Wu, spoke with a mocking expression. The Five Elements sect is the righteous path of my eastern wilderness, Xiang Ziyuan said with a serious expression, and his words immediately made the 4 or 5 desperate people raise their heads, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. But at this moment, a loud, sarcastic laugh rang out. There are at least 2 third-tier demonic beasts outside. Unless the Five Elements sect leader, immortal Venerable Chen, personally descends, relying on the power of this cave, even if all the core formation cultivators from the eastern wilderness came, they probably wouldn't be able to break through before we bleed to death. Do you think that we are enough to warrant immortal Venerable Chen's personal intervention? It was Miao Yibao who spoke again. As a cultivator from eastern Wu, even though he had been living in Beiyuan City for the past few years, he still firmly believed that the world was dark. The Five Elements sect only wanted greater profits, which is why they established the rules for the eastern wilderness. Don't even mention how the Five Elements sect knew they were trapped here. Even if they did know, a dignified nascent soul cultivator would never take action for a few people who weren't from the Five Elements sect. As soon as Miao Yibao finished speaking, the foundation establishment cultivators who had still had some hope were once again filled with despair. Even Xiang Ziyuan was the same. He said that only to give himself a sliver of hope. However, Miao Yibao, being a clear-headed person, didn't even give him that little bit of hope. In his grief and despair, Xiang Ziyuan harbored deep resentment towards Miao Yibao. Although he was the oldest among the foundation establishment cultivators, and his strength was getting weaker and weaker as his essence and blood were depleted, at this critical moment, the fear of death suddenly made him feel unwilling, and he directly spoke back angrily. It's all because of that son of a bitch, Yu Jai. Immortal Venerable Chen shouldn't have let you bunch of Eastern Wu dogs into Beiyuan City in the first place. Enraged, Xiang Ziyuan immediately began to make regional slurs. Everyone present except him was a cultivator from Eastern Wu, and they all glared at him angrily after hearing this. How can you blame the entire Eastern Wu for her mistake alone? Yes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Just because she is vicious doesn't mean there aren't good people among us Eastern Wu cultivators. We, as her fellow villagers, were also scammed by him. If I weren't paralyzed right now, I'd definitely show you, you old bastard, the power of the Eastern Wu cultivators. In their final moments of death, these foundation establishment cultivators all used words to vent their inner fears. Just as they were about to become hysterical, a huge tremor suddenly rang out. They immediately looked in the direction from which the tremor came and found it was coming from the palace gate. Then, to their hopeful gaze, the door was opened. After Chen Mobai stepped in, he saw 9 people with chains piercing their collarbones. Upon seeing him, the 9 people immediately struggled to their feet, their eyes wide with disbelief. The thieves of the sunbathing sea have been defeated and are safe. Please do not get excited, lest you trigger an even more powerful restriction and damage your source. Chen Mobai smiled and said something, then walked up to Xiang Ziyuan, who was closest to him, and reached out to touch the crimson chain. It was discovered that this was likely arranged by Zhu Yun, consisting only of third-tier materials and restrictions. Without even needing to activate the extreme yang slash and the primordial true qi, a ball of golden flame ignited in his palm, transforming into the blazing yang slash, which instantly sliced through all the chains. The chains that were then slashed by the flaming sun slash broke apart, as if the iron bars had been melted by the high temperature, with molten iron sticking out of their sockets. The 9 foundation establishment cultivators who were originally tied in midair immediately fell down, but the pain in their bodies could not hide their inner joy. Despite the excruciating pain, after quickly stopping the bleeding, they all bowed deeply to Chen Mobai. Thank you for your help, Senior. Please leave your name so that we may worship your longevity tablet for all eternity." After the ceremony was completed, Miao Yibao was the first to say this. "No need for formalities. You are residents of my Baiyuan city. Since we have encountered this matter, I have no reason to stand idly by." Chen Mobai spoke a few words, then waved his hand, making them stand up while removing all the chains from their collarbones. "Senior is Immortal Venerable Chen of the Five Elements sect." Miao Yibao's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. None of these foundation establishment cultivators were from the Five Elements sect, and none of them had ever seen Chen Mobai before. "I dare not accept the title of Immortal Venerable. I have merely taken a few steps ahead of you on the path of cultivation." Chen Mobai smiled and admitted his identity. Xiang Ziyuan and the others immediately turned their gazes to Miao Yibao, who, without any hesitation, slapped himself across the face and then bowed deeply to Chen Mobai once again. Hearing Miao Yibao slap himself while apologizing, Chen Mobai finally understood why he was doing this and immediately stopped him. "It was just something I said unintentionally. You don't need to take it to heart." Then Chen Mobai led them away from the palace. The moment they stepped outside, Xiang Ziyuan and the others felt as if they had seen the light of day again. However, the intense pain and weakness in their bodies reminded them that this was not a dream, but that they had escaped death. Outside, Qing Nu had already cleaned up the monster's corpse and taken away everything that could be used. "This person is Zhu Yun from Yu Rai Hai, and he is also the culprit who harmed you." Chen Mobai pointed to Zhu Yun, whose head he had severed, and the 9 foundation establishment cultivators, including Xiang Ziyuan, gritted their teeth and angrily rebuked her corpse. "There is another teleportation array here that can lead us away. It was also set up by Yuji Sanren. Come with me. We will need you to testify against Yuji Sanren's crimes later." When Chen Mobai spoke, Xiang Ziyuan and the others immediately nodded, indicating that they would follow Chen Xianzun's instructions. The ancient teleportation array that allows entry and exit here was also the work of Yuji Sanren. Since this place is not far from Fengyuwu, if someone were to enter directly and sense the fifth-order spiritual energy, some observant people might suspect that it is the Yellow Dragon Cave. By going around to a distant location, and then entering through the ancient teleportation array, Xiang Ziyuan and the others would believe that they were exploring an ancient cave. There were 2 such ancient teleportation arrays, one for entering and one for exiting. After the shapeless puppet led the 9 people away, Chen Mobai's true form used void walking to step into this place. After confirming that there were no 4th-tier poison dragons, he no longer needed to be so cautious. After his main body entered the palace, Chen Mobai added another seal outside the main seal, and then destroyed both ancient teleportation arrays to prevent any cultivators from accidentally entering the palace in the future. A body of water in Yunming's. Yuji Sanren and Hong He emerged from the cave after leaving through the ancient teleportation array. "Junior brother, you should remain hidden for a while. Once things have calmed down, I will take you to see Master." Having obtained the core formation elixir, Yuji Sanren couldn't suppress her excitement. However, she didn't forget that there was a powerful cultivator named Hong He beside her, and immediately told him to leave. "Senior sister, where are you planning to form your core? Near Master, why don't you take me with you?" Hong He asked tentatively. But Yuji Sanren gave him a wary look and then shook his head. "My master is currently in seclusion cultivating a great technique, so I won't disturb him. Baiyuan City is a good option. I can pretend that when I went down into the cave with Xiang Ziyuan and the others, we encountered a crisis, and I was the only one who escaped death." Hong's lips twitched slightly after hearing this. "Senior sister, isn't this a bit too obvious?" The team went down into the cave, but only one person returned alive. Anyone with a brain knows something is wrong. Baiyuan City is Immortal Chen's territory. No one can arrest me without concrete evidence. But Yuji Sanren said with a confident expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 868. People from the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect arrive. Bonus chapter. for 19,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 868 People from the Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect arrive. Bonus chapter for 19,000 monthly tickets. Don't worry, junior brother. I will take you to see Master as soon as he comes out of seclusion. Yu Jai Sanren thought that Hong was concerned about the demonic arts he had promised before, and spoke with great conviction. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister, to put in a good word for us with Master. Hong could only nod helplessly, and then the two went their separate ways. But they didn't know that the scene of the two talking on the surface of the water was reflected in King Nu's water mirror. Chen Mobai was also watching the round light in the water mirror, using the lip reading he had just learned from the book to read the conversation between the two. Do you know this person? Seeing that Chen Mobai was paying close attention to Hong, King Nu couldn't help but ask. He was a disciple of my five-element sect, but unfortunately he went astray. Chen Mobai briefly explained the origin of the Red River, and King Nu looked regretful after listening. Chen Mobai, you go and capture that female demon cultivator, I'll go see him. King Nu nodded, and used her water escape technique to chase after Yu Jai Sanren. Chen Mobai, with a flash of silver light, directly used his ability to walk through the void to arrive in front of Hong, who was flying towards Dongwu above Yunming's. Greetings, Master, immortal venerable Chen. When Hong saw Chen Mobai, he instinctively wanted to call him sect leader, but he quickly remembered that the latter had said he was no longer a disciple of the five-element sect, so he could only sadly change his address. The thing you reminded us about this time saved the five-element sect and the eastern wilderness from a great calamity, which can be considered a great merit. Chen Mobai nodded to Hong, explained what Zhu Yun wanted to do, and acknowledged his contributions. Although I have taken the wrong path, I will never forget the cultivation that the sect has given me. Hearing this, Hong was also very happy. Although Yuji Sanren had not told him about breaking the seal on Huanglong Cave, he had guessed most of it during the process of participating in the event. He was also very fortunate that Chen Mobai understood his hint and followed the clues to resolve the matter. This is a core formation elixir. I accidentally dropped it while fighting a demonic beast in Yunmeng Marsh, and you found it. Chen Mobai always had a clear system of rewards and punishments. Hong's reminder prevented the birth of the poison dragon, so he felt that he should be rewarded with a water element golden pill. He still has 6 more on his body. However, considering the existence of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, Chen Mobai still came up with an excuse. Yes, I found this pill. Hong was also a clever person. He understood Chen Mobai's meaning immediately. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then released the jade bottle containing the water element golden elixir from his hand. The jade bottle fell towards the water, and Hong immediately flew over and caught it. He held the pill with a look of surprise and was about to thank Chen Mobai when he found that there was no one in midair. Hong stood solemnly on the water's surface and bowed deeply towards the direction of the eastern wilderness. When Yu Jai Sanren was captured by Qing Nu, he was still completely bewildered, not knowing what he had done to offend this mysterious core formation senior. Soon Chen Mobai arrived as well. Yu Jai Sanren had never seen Chen Mobai's true face and did not know that the handsome young man in front of him, dressed in a pure yang immortal robe, was the lord of the eastern wilderness. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Mobai smiled at Qing Nu, then sealed Yu Jai Sanren's cultivation. It was at this moment that Yu Jai Sanren realized that this young man's cultivation was even more terrifying than Qing Nu's. She thought that powerful cultivators were all capricious, and even suspected that her master's enemies had come looking for her. She also thought that it was Zhu Yun's plan to get rid of her and prevent the news from leaking in the future. So she obediently followed the two of them and dared not resist in any way. Next, the three arrived at Fengyuwu. Nujiang, who had been waiting at the entrance of the teleportation array, waved his hand, instructing his disciples to subdue Yu Jai Sanren. I am a resident of Baiyuan City. What reason do you have to arrest me? Upon arriving here, Yu Jai Sanren probably already guessed the reason, but she still shouted loudly, indicating that she was a law-abiding and good resident. He even claimed that he was quite famous among the cultivators of Dongwu, and that if he didn't give an explanation, Dongwu's impression of the eastern wilderness and even the five-element sect would worsen in the future. Don't you five-element sects water veins abide by the rules set by immortal venerable Chen? Finally, Yuji Sanran even brought up Chen Mobai's name. You lowly servant, even now you're still trying to stir up trouble. Just then, 9 pale-faced Foundation establishment cultivators walked in from outside. They were Xiang Ziyuan and his group of 9, who had stepped out of the teleportation array earlier. Before they had gone far, they heard Yuji Sanran's shouts and immediately turned back to see their enemy, who had become a prisoner. Impossible, how are you still alive? Upon seeing Xiang Ziyuan and the other 9 people alive, and well before his eyes, Yuji Sanran's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't understand how these 9 Foundation establishment cultivators managed to escape from Zhu Yun, and that powerful third-tier demonic beast. Thanks to immortal venerable Chen's intervention, the demoness from Bathing Sun Sea and that demonic beast have been subdued. The Eastern Wilderness is the territory of the 5-element Supreme Sect, and your despicable and shameless conspiracy will not succeed at all. Miao Yibao first bowed to Chen Mobai, then turned around and started cursing at Yuji Sanran. At this moment, Yuji Sanran realized that the handsome young man beside him was actually the supreme being of the Eastern Wilderness. Her face immediately turned pale. Immortal Venerable, I was just confused for a moment. I was tempted by Zhu Yun with the core formation elixir, which is why I did such a thing as a tribulation cultivator. The real culprit is Yu Rai Hai. Please spare my life. Yuji Sanran immediately looked at Chen Mobai with a repentant expression, and then began to explain. There is a rule in Baiyuan City. If the act of robbing a cultivator results in the death of another cultivator, the perpetrator must pay with their own life. Chen Mobai said something, and Yuji Sanran immediately pointed to the 9 people, including Xiang Ziyuan, who were still alive. Immortal Chen, they are not dead yet, so my crime does not warrant death. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. The people are indeed not dead, but you had the intention to put them to death, which needs to be severely punished. I'm willing to go mining, farming, and desertification control. Yuji Sanran saw a glimmer of hope and confessed his guilt, saying he was willing to accept any punishment as long as he didn't die. Then let's pursue another charge against you. Chen Mobai said with a smile, which made Yuji Sanran feel a sudden chill, but she still asked with a glimmer of hope, what crime? Practicing demonic arts. Upon hearing these 4 words, Yuji Sanran's face turned completely bloodless. Lock her up and keep a close watch on her. Don't let her die. I still need her to testify before the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he gave an order to Nujiang, who immediately nodded. A month later, the people from the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect arrived in Baiyuan City. Because the matter involved the White Crow ancestor, Chen Mobai contacted Yi Qing directly. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing not only came in person, but also brought Yuan Zhen with her. Upon inquiry, it was learned that Yuan Zhen had requested to come along. Greetings, Taoist child of the Azure Emperor. When Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen saw Chen Mobai, they both raised their hands to greet him with smiles. Chen Mobai, please stop joking with me, you two. Although rumors circulated in the east that Chen Mobai was Chen Qingdi, the Dao child of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Yi Qing and the other knew the truth. It was just a fabricated identity created for the sake of the 3 lights divine water. Sect leader Chen is indeed a genius. He easily achieved nascent soul formation with just 1 dose of 3 lights divine water. Yuan Zhen looked at Chen Mobai, whose demeanor had completely changed, with envy. She had also tried to form a nascent soul a few years ago, but her foundation was insufficient, and she failed at the nascent soul cultivation stage. Fortunately, there was the 3 lights divine water, so there were no hidden dangers even if the nascent soul formation failed. However, after this failure, if she wants to reach the nascent soul stage in the future, she will have to gather resources on her own. Of course, as a cultivator from the Yuan family. Although she can no longer get help from the sect, her family will still give her another chance. It was this failure that made Yuan Zhen realize the gap between himself and true Taoist geniuses of the Eastern continent, such as Yi Qing and Chen Mobai. Not at all, not at all. I did use some of the sect's resources and took a spiritual pill that helps with nascent soul formation. Chen Mobai still wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible in the heavenly river realm. The three lights' divine water only provided an extra opportunity and did not help him in forming his nascent soul. If word really gets out that he successfully formed his nascent soul without the help of any pills or spiritual items, it will not only bring him immense fame, but will also undoubtedly attract the attention of the major demonic sects in Dongli. Having learned from the example of the former Taoist saintess of the One Yuan Dao Palace, Chen Mobai, despite having reached the nascent soul stage, did not want to invite such unnecessary trouble. Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen nodded in agreement after hearing his words. They all knew that, when the primordial ancestor Li Zhangji left the eastern land, the Yiyuan Dao Palace collected materials for a batch of condensing infant pills and asked the Dayad sect to help refine them. I think Chen Mobai must have taken the infant condensation pill to successfully form his nascent soul. I wonder if your sect has any extra nascent soul pills. Yuan Zhen spoke with anticipation, saying that the Three Lights divine water could wait until the next Big Dipper conference, but the nascent soul pill was still undecided. The Yuan family couldn't possibly gather enough ingredients for a batch of nascent soul pills just for her. Chen Mobai immediately shook his head, indicating that he did not have any nascent soul pills on hand. Zhou Yi does have one, but he certainly won't let his own people's hearts turn cold for Yuan Zhen's sake. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen lowered her head in disappointment. However, this was to be expected, since back then, when Li Zhangji produced that batch of nascent soul pills, the moral sect took half of it as a handling fee after it was completed. Sect leader Chen, this time you said you captured a cultivator who practices demonic arts, and that it's related to the sunbathing sea. At this moment, Yi Qing also started to talk about serious matters. Indeed, I initially thought she was just a bewitched cultivator, but when we captured her, we searched high and low and discovered this astonishing thing. Chen Mobai immediately uttered the words he had already prepared. He captured the demonic cultivators, only to discover that Yuji Sanren was actually instructed by Zhu Yun. Zhu Yun, a core formation cultivator from the Bathing Sun Sea, actually wanted to break the seal on the Yellow Dragon Cave and release the fourth-order poisonous dragon that had been painstakingly sealed away, so that it could wreak havoc on the world. Do you have any evidence? After listening, Yi Qing asked the question as per procedure. Of course there are. Witnesses are in Baiyuan City, and as for physical evidence, I can take you two to the seal. Chen Mobai had already arranged all of this before informing the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. The 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators, including Xiang Ziyuan, can testify against Yuji Sanren, and it is indeed true that Yuji Sanren cultivated demonic arts. Yuji Sanren had previously admitted in front of everyone that she was acting under Zhu Yun's orders. Afterwards, Chen Mobai took Yi Qing to the location of the seal. Xiang Ziyuan and the other 9 people described the scene of being imprisoned by bloodletting. It was easy to see that this was indeed a method of breaking the seal using sacrificial offerings. Thus, the evidence that Zhu Yun colluded with the demonic cultivators to release the poisonous dragon was closed. The only pity is that Zhu Yun died. Otherwise, we could have taken her with us to the Golden Crow Immortal City. After Yi Qing finished looking at the sealed land, he looked at Zhu Yun's corpse and said with some regret. End of this chapter. Chapter 869, Top Strength of the Heavenly River Realm. Chapter 869, Top Strength of the Heavenly River Realm. When I entered this place, I saw Zhu Yun and that demon beast breaking the seal. I was afraid that the poisonous dragon would be released and wreak havoc on the world, and I was also worried about the safety of my 9 fellow cultivators. In a moment of panic, I killed her and the demon beast. Chen Mobai explained to Yi Qing, and Xiang Ziyuan and the others beside him were deeply moved, glad that they had bought a house in Beiyuan City. Sect leader Chen, I also need you to bring them along on this trip. After collecting the relevant evidence, Yi Qing did not linger in the eastern wilderness. He planned to go directly to the Golden Crow Immortal City and have Chen Mobai bring people to confront the White Crow ancestor. When dealing with matters related to demonic cultivators, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect always gives both parties a chance to explain. Chen Mobai understood this and nodded without hesitation. With Yi Qing accompanying him, he didn't believe that old ancestor Beiwu would dare to make a move. If the White Crow ancestor truly had this courage, Chen Mobai would actually admire him. Soon, the Five Elements sect prepared a flying boat, and their group set off from Beiyuan City towards Dongyi. If only there were a large teleportation array. On the flying boat, Yuan Zhen looked at the desolate environment outside and unintentionally uttered a thought from her heart. This is also something that's troubling me. As one of the border regions of the eastern continent, and adjacent to the desolate ruins, the eastern wilderness is quite strategically important. If several holy lands want to develop the wilderness in the future, without a large teleportation array in the eastern wilderness, it will be inconvenient to transfer various resources and cultivators. For the Five Elements sect, the most important thing right now is to have a large teleportation array. In this way, the Dongyi and Donghuang can be completely connected. For Chen Mobai, the future will definitely still focus on the eastern wilderness. He needs to use the resources of the original Xuanxiao Dao Palace to enhance the strength of the Five Elements sect in the eastern wilderness. However, the desolate ruins between the two regions greatly restrict this. Even for cultivators like Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen, the journey from Dongyi to Donghuang felt quite long. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Fortunately, the Five Elements sect is now powerful enough to travel safely through the desolate ruins. Even so, transporting resources from the eastern barbarians to Beiyuan City would take an average of half a year, unless an expedited trip by a core formation cultivator was arranged. The only way to solve this problem, besides using large teleportation arrays, is to open up the desolate ruins that connect the eastern barbarians and the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai has been pushing forward with the latter, while with the former, the Five Elements sect now has two nascent soul cultivators, which means they are qualified to purchase a large teleportation array from the Taixu Misty Palace. Unfortunately, they lack the connections. Chen Mobai didn't want to owe Xingqian Daozong a favor, so he could only ask Yue Zhutao in the eastern land to go to Taixu Immortal City to find the shop opened by Taixu Pio Mill Palace. But he was told that the shop only sold medium and small teleportation arrays. Large teleportation arrays are strategic resources, and the Taixu Misty Palace will only sell them through introductions from acquaintances or guarantees from powerful forces. Moreover, upon hearing that they were located in the eastern wilderness, the stewards of Taixu Immortal City repeatedly refused, stating that the journey was too far and future maintenance would be inconvenient. Chen Mobai only knew Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen in the east, so when Yuan Zhen brought up this matter, he naturally took the opportunity to speak up. Sect leader Chen is right. I will go back and look for the Taixu Misty Palace. Yi Qing nodded. The Five Elements sect, now a major sect at the nascent soul stage, already met the requirements for setting up a large-scale teleportation array. After hearing this, Chen Mobai thanked him with a joyful expression. He knew very well that if Yi Qing was willing to step in, the matter would basically be settled. Next, the three of them started talking about land reclamation. Deep within the desolate ruins, the Golden Flame Sueni, besides possessing formidable cultivation, is also a true spirit bloodline of the Golden Lion royal court of the demon race. Back then, the Eastern Imperial Court fought a fierce battle with the 8 great royal courts of the demon race led by the 9-headed Great Sage, destroying 3 of them, including the Golden Lion royal court. Although they perished, many still escaped into the vast and desolate wilderness. This Golden Flame Suoni was one of them. Today, its bloodline has been revived, and it can contend with the nascent Soul True Monarch. This was also a consideration when choosing to open up the desolate ruins where the golden flame lion resided. Because in the desolate ruins, this golden flame lion with true spirit bloodline loves to devour human cultivators, and it will actively hunt them. The incident began when a nascent soul cultivator from the Moral sect went to the desolate ruins to collect herbs, where he was discovered and killed by the golden flame Sueni. The Moral sect, naturally unable to tolerate this, used the pretext of refining the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill to unite with the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect and the Tai Su Misty Palace, launching the Wilderness Reclamation Order, determined to skin and dismember the golden flame Sueni. In the eastern continent, our human race faces two great calamities: demonic cultivators and the demon race. In the past, our Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect not only had to eliminate demons, but also slay monsters. However, after the fierce battle between the Eastern Earth Human Emperor and the Nine-Headed Great Sage, both sides needed to recuperate. Therefore, our holy lands and royal courts signed an agreement with the remaining 5 royal courts of the demon race to not invade each other. So from then on, our sect became famous for exorcising demons, and we basically stopped talking about slaying monsters. After listening to what Yi Qing said, Chen Mobai nodded repeatedly. This kind of information was only known to the major sects and holy lands of the Eastern Land. For example, among the 5 royal courts of the demon race, there were living true spirit bloodlines, equivalent to the nascent soul true monarchs of the human race. It is precisely for this reason that the cultivators of the Eastern barbarians dared to leave the Xuanhai. In name, the Xuanhai Sea outside of Dongyi belongs to the Xuanjiao Royal Court. However, due to an agreement, the Xuanjiao Royal Court does not care as long as human cultivators do not go too far in collecting herbs, pearls, or minerals from the seabed. Mutual respect for each other's strength is the prerequisite for peace. Since the Golden Lion Royal Court had already perished, it was not included in the agreement. Furthermore, the Golden Flame Sueni had offended the Moral sect, so the reclamation order fell directly on its shoulders. After talking with Yi Qing, Chen Mobai roughly understood the top-level strength of the Tianhe realm. On the eastern continent's human side, all 3 holy lands have nascent soul cultivators stationed there, while the situation regarding the closure of the Yiyuan Dao Palace is unclear. On the demonic path, there are many old monsters who have hidden themselves using various strange and secret methods, but the only one whose nascent soul realm can be clearly identified is a ghost god from the exorcising demon sect. Before the emergence of the Mingzun, the exorcist demon sect was the undisputed leader of the Eastern Li demonic path. I heard that when the Ming dynasty monk Mingzun mastered his demonic arts, he personally went to the exorcising demon sect to learn the methods of ghosts and gods. The specific results of the battle are unknown, but after that, the exorcising demon sect began to hide behind the scenes, and the Tongyu demon sect became the leader of the demonic path. After the Mingzun and the Yiyuan Zhenjun's avatars fought and disappeared, the Tongyu demon sect also began to go into hiding. Currently, the Eastern Li demonic path is controlled by the Qishan demonic sect and the Yujing demonic sect. Although these 2 sects do not have any nascent soul demon lords, they all have great demonic cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage. If they use their secret techniques, they can also briefly unleash the power of the nascent soul stage. The remaining major demonic sects, though only having nascent soul cultivators, are still strange and powerful. If sect leader Chen encounters them, he must be careful. The most bizarre one is a sect called the Demonic Avatar sect. This lineage is also the most mysterious. They cultivate the art of creating clones with their divine senses, using inner demons to possess cultivators and manipulate their hearts. Once they succeed, all the clones merge into one and they know everything. However, precisely because of this, that sect is also suppressed by the demonic path. Once discovered, the righteous, demonic, and monster factions will all try to kill them. Yi Qing explained the 18 sects of the Eastern Li demonic path to Chen Mobai one by one. Upon hearing about the demonic transformation sect, Chen Mobai suddenly thought of the devouring god technique. It seems to be the same old path. This method of cultivation, is indeed feared by all forces. No one wants their disciples or students to be possessed. After all, people tend to let their guard down around those around them, and they might accidentally reveal something important. If one has to be wary of everyone around them every day, it would be too tiring for a cultivator. Is there any way to identify someone who has transformed into a member of the demonic sect? Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask, and Yi Qing nodded. The method of incarnating as a demonic spirit to possess someone involves merging with the demonic thoughts in your heart, so it can be detected using pure energy. Many sects in the eastern continent like to plant pure bamboo. This method was developed by the Pure Palace, a sacred place in the western continent. The patriarch of the Kongsang Valley lineage originally crossed the Xuanhai Sea from the eastern Yi to the western continent, and after receiving the inheritance of the Pure Palace, he returned to establish his lineage. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized what was happening. No wonder the people of Kongsang Valley like to plant pure bamboo wherever they go. After discussing the 18 sects of the demonic path, Chen Mobai then inquired about the 10 Directions Palace. Yi Qing also knew a lot about this. After the Eastern Imperial Court fell apart, many of the 10 Directions Palaces left the Eastern continent. Some went overseas, while others went to the other 4 continents. For example, the Heavenly Thunder Zen sect, a holy land in the Western continent, was originally one of the 10 Directions Palaces, the Heavenly Thunder Temple. The cultivators of this sect, in that extremely high place in the far west, use profound techniques to absorb the power of heavenly lightning for cultivation, resulting in powerful physiques and astonishing combat strength. However, the Heavenly Thunder Zen sect only recruits cultivators with thunder spiritual roots. At its peak, the number of them never exceeded 10, but each of them achieved extremely high levels of skill. Throughout history, only a handful of them stopped at the core formation stage, while the rest were basically at the nascent soul stage, and those with exceptional talent even reached the divine transformation stage. The Heavenly Thunder Zen sect and the Pure Palace were known together in the Western continent, similar to the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and the moral sect in the Eastern continent. Of course, there is also the Taiksu Misty Palace on the Western continent. After listening, Chen Mobai inquired about the other holy lands and major sects in the 5 continents and 4 seas. Yi Qing explained everything in detail. Despite the long journey, they talked and discussed in this way, and before they knew it, they had arrived in the land of the Eastern Yi. Golden Crow, Immortal City. When the White Crow ancestor received word from his disciples that Yi Qing had brought people to his door, he was somewhat suspicious, wondering if the matter of Zhu Yun's closure of the teleportation array had not yet been resolved, and that this Taoist disciple of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect had stood up for his sect's merchant guild. However, when he heard his disciples say that Chen Qingdi from the 5 Elements sect was also accompanying them, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He realized something was wrong. But Yi Qing has already come to our door, and hiding isn't an option. Haha, I don't know what wind blew you here today, Yi Daozi, Yuan Shengnu and sect leader Chen. My humble place is truly honored. When the White Crow ancestor arrived at the main hall, he greeted Yi Qing, Yuan Zhen, and Chen Mobai in a very familiar manner, showing no sign that he wished Chen Mobai were dead. Master Beiwu, I won't say anything more. You should recognize this corpse, right? Yi Qing nodded in response and then got straight to the point, taking out the still-dead Zhu Yun. Yuner who killed her, I will never forgive him. When the White Crow ancestor saw Zhu Yun, he knew that his plan had been exposed. However, he was not flustered at all. He immediately began his performance, rushing to Zhu Yun's corpse, clenching his fists and looking furious. I killed him. Chen Mobai said something casually, and Beiwu ancestor immediately raised his head, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. As their eyes met, the temperature inside the hall suddenly became scorching, causing Xiang Ziyuan and the other Foundation establishment cultivators to break out in a cold sweat. What does Yi Daozi mean by coming here today? Does he intend to kill me along with this sect leader Chen? The White Crow ancestor did not make a move, but instead asked Yi Qing in an icy tone. He also has connections. Now that the 5 lineages of burning heaven are cooperating, he doesn't believe Yi Qing would dare to risk failing in the pioneering work and kill him. I just brought sect leader Chen here to confront Venerable Beiwu. Yi Qing responded calmly, then pointed to Xiang Zai, Yuan Yuji and the others, and began to recount what had happened in the eastern wilderness. Yu Jai has already confessed to practicing demonic arts. Your disciple Zhu Yun colluded with her to kill these 9 people to break the seal on the Yellow Dragon Cave and release the poisonous dragon. What is your explanation for this? When Yi Qing spoke, he simply recounted what he had investigated without embellishing the facts, and then gave old ancestor Beiwu a chance to explain. What? This traitorous disciple actually colluded with demonic cultivators. I must have been blind. When Beiwu Patriarch saw Chen Mobai bring Yi Qing over, he basically knew what was going on, but he didn't expect Zhu Yun to be so careless. Not only did he fail to accomplish his task, but he also got himself smeared. However, I can say with a clear conscience that I absolutely did not instruct Zhu Yun to cooperate with the demonic path. I was completely unaware that my traitorous disciple had any collusion with the demonic path. Even if the White Crow ancestor is backed by the 5 lineages of burning heaven and has been involved in the demonic path, he cannot bear the guilt and must resolutely reject this. Yi Qing nodded slightly in response and then asked, "Do you dare to make a vow of Dao Heart?" Upon hearing this, Ancestor Beiwu frowned deeply. As a successor of the Holy Land, he naturally knew that the more vows one made to the Dao Heart, the less pure one's Dao Heart would become. But under Yi Qing's intense gaze, he was helpless. "Of course I can swear." Ancestor Beiwu gritted his teeth and said, because under the current circumstances, swearing an oath of faith was the only way to clear his name of any suspicion of collusion with the demonic path. After he raised his hand and swore an oath, Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen exchanged a glance and nodded. Then, could Venerable Beiwu swear that he did not instruct Zhu Yun to break the seal on the Yellow Dragon Cave? Just then Chen Mobai spoke up. End of this chapter.